All right. Good evening and welcome to our March 29th Board of Douglas County Commissioners 5:30 business meeting. We want to welcome those of you who are here with us at the old courthouse and those who are joining us on Zoom. To get us started, I'm going to provide some information about public comment. Each action item on the agenda will offer an opportunity for relevant public comment about that topic. We ask that you wait until your agenda item comes up for discussion. Additionally, near the start of our meeting, we'll invite people to provide general public comment to the commission, which is time for addressing issues not on today's agenda, but related to general county business. Public comment will not be recorded or shared on the county's YouTube site to ensure compliance with YouTube's content policies. To hear public comment, individuals can join us live or on Zoom. We will first call on folks who are here in person, and then we will turn to any online commenters who are with us tonight. If you're on Zoom, please plan to use the raise your hand function when your time comes and listen for staff to call your name. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and we ask everyone to give their full name and Douglas County residence for our meeting minutes. All public comments should be directed to the Douglas County Commission. We also reserve the right to mute or remove any speaker who is vulgar, rude, or inappropriate. The public should also know that the comments received by the commission during our meetings do not represent the views of Douglas County government. If visual aids are used during the meeting, the presenter will share their screen. Please know that online participants will not be able to view them without a computer, smartphone, or tablet during the meeting. Materials are published online for your reference. Lastly, a recording of this meeting will be available on our YouTube page and website. Tonight's meeting, we have 3 items on consent. After we do those 3 items, the first general business item is about the mining and excavation CUP. And then the second item is around the temporary business use permits for solar. With that, we'll move to our consent agenda. Commissioners, would either of you like to remove anything from the consent agenda for further discussion or questions?
I do not, but I also wonder, do we have any chairs that will fit in the back? Okay. Can we make room for some folks?
Meet a neighbor there, folks. We're going to be here a while, so if you're here, you might want to slide over and give somebody a little bit of room to make another seat.
I may need new
Yeah,
batteries.
staff, you could come up to these 4 chairs up front. That'd be great. All right, back to our consent agenda. Any items on the consent? We don't have any items to pull off the consent agenda. Anyone here at the courthouse or online like to remove a consent agenda item for further discussion? Seeing no one at the courthouse, anyone online, Sarah? Okay. Be happy to take a motion for the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Reed, and just briefly before I make a motion, I just want to acknowledge folks that are here from Emergency Communications and appreciate that that there's this MOU between Emergency Communications in Douglas County and Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters about how to move forward with the implementation of 988. And I know a lot of work has gone into that and appreciated having the opportunity to read what that outline looks like. So thanks for your work on that. With that, I will move to approve consent agenda items 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3.
Second.
Moved and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Now we'll move to general public comment. General public comment is received after the consent agenda and before regular agenda items. Commission reserves the right for a place and time of 3 minutes per speaker. Individuals may not use unused time to give to other speakers. As a general practice, the commission will not debate or discuss, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer to items to staff for follow-up if necessary. All comments should be directed to the county commission. Do we have anyone here at the courthouse who would like to give general public comment tonight? Seeing none. Anyone online? No one online. All right, we'll close public comment and move to our regular agenda. The first agenda item is to consider a conditional use permit, CUP 22-00320 for mining, excavation, and or extraction of natural resources at 1174 East 2300 Road. And we'll start with Mary Miller, who is the planner on this item.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will be sharing my screen. And as you mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a quarry located southeast of the city of Eudora at 1174 East 2300 Road. This CUP has a little history. The Lawrence, Douglas County, and Eudora Planning Commissions held a joint meeting on November 16th of 2022 with a public hearing for this CUP. The application was forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners with recommendations for denial from both commissions. The applicant requested that the County Commission return the application to the Planning Commission for discussion of an alternate truck route that was being proposed. The County Commission voted at their January 18th meeting to return the application and suggested that the applicant look into ways to improve the compatibility of the proposed use with the nearby area. The application was again considered by the Joint Planning Commissions on February 22nd. The changes that were proposed at this meeting will be highlighted in this presentation. The commissions again voted to forward the application to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for denial. With all items, the County Commission has various options on their votes. The County Commission can vote with the Planning Commission to deny or approve an application with a simple majority vote. The County Commission can vote contrary to the Planning Commission with a 2/3 majority vote, which in this case with the 3-commissioner commission is still a simple majority vote. And the County Commission can always vote to alter or revise the conditions. The subject property is located southeast of the city of Eudora. It's at southeast of the corner of in the intersection of East 2300 Road and North 1200 Roads. These are both collector roads. They're shown in yellow. And the subject property within the CUP is outlined in green. This property is within the 3-mile planning area of the city of Eudora. That area is shown in blue. And for that reason, the Joint Planning Commission meetings were held. Due to the location being adjacent to Johnson County, staff did provide written notice to property owners within the notification area in Johnson County and to the Johnson County Planning Office. And the Johnson County Planning Office's comments are included with the staff report. I'll zoom in a little closer on the location. The subject property is adjacent to an existing quarry on the north. It is about 1 mile from the Eudora city limits, which are shown in the dark dashed lines. It's about 1/4 mile from the Eudora urban growth area. And this is the area where growth is expected to occur within the next 20 years. And it is adjacent to the urban reserve area, which is where the urban growth area is expected to grow as development occurs. This is the operation plan that was submitted with the original application. It shows an access point on North 1200 Road and the access drive following near the property line. And the plant site and the stockpiling area is shown in the green phase. This area was selected to allow a queuing area for trucks so that they would not have to park on North 1200 Road. It would have room on the subject property. Setbacks were being proposed. 500-foot setbacks from the residences were being proposed, similar to the quarry to the north. 100-foot setbacks are shown from the right-of-way and 50-foot setbacks from adjacent properties under different ownership. In addition, no quarrying is being proposed east of Coleman Creek, and a 100-foot setback centered on the creek for this tributary is proposed. No more than 50 acres would be open for quarrying activity at any time. The conditions for this quarry are very similar to those that were approved for the quarry to the north. The reclamation on a current phase would need to be completed before quarrying could commence in the next phase, except for, of course, 10 acres, because occasionally that topsoil and that overburden is needed to complete the reclamation on the previous phase. The applicant had requested a 30-year timeframe, but agreed to reduce this to 20 years so that the quarry could be reevaluated with Eudora's development at that time, as they expect to be at the edge of their urban growth area at that time. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service identifies wetlands on the property. These are not shown on operation plan right now, but will be shown if approved. That's one of the conditions, with a 50-foot setback with a note that if these are determined to be non-jurisdictional wetlands, which is the case for the quarry to the north, or if the Army Corps of Engineers approves mining with mitigation measures, these setbacks can be removed without requiring a conditional use permit revision. This graphic shows some of the changes that were proposed at the November meeting. To improve compatibility, the 500-foot setbacks from residences was increased to 750 feet. In the southwest corner, there is an existing cedar tree, some vegetation along the roadway, and that's proposed to remain. At the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant suggested they could install a 20-foot tall berm along the west and south sides of the blue phase, and that would buffer the site of the quarry from the residential properties to the southwest, as well as help buffer the sound. The reclamation plan that was provided is very similar to other reclamation plans. Each phase is proposing a water body. These are about 40 to 60 feet deep. And with reclamation plans, it's not possible to show the exact location or shape or size of the water bodies, because that will ultimately depend on how much material was removed and where. But if there are variations that are allowed, for instance, a general location can vary. The depth of the pond can vary, but if it's any deeper than is shown on the reclamation plan, a new reclamation plan would have to go to the commission for approval. And if the contours, the elevations vary more than 10 feet, that would also need to come back to the county commission for approval. And I have the recommended conditions and restrictions of use in an attachment in the staff report. And they were also listed, summarized on the back pages of this presentation. I'll be happy to go over those if you have any questions, but I'll just move ahead with the other items that were discussed at the Planning Commission. The truck route for the quarry to the north is one that staff has recommended ever since the quarry had been approved, and that is to use North 1200 Road to East 2200 Road, County Route 1061, which is Church Street, where it's within the city limits of Eudora, north to K10. And as East 2200 Road is classified as a principal arterial, this is the most logical truck route for heavy trucks. However, due to the development that has occurred in this area, Eudora has two schools which take direct access onto East 2200 Road. So that raises some safety concerns with the two different types of traffic, with the heavy quarry truck traffic and the school traffic. The applicant had discussed with the county engineer the possibility of improving East 2300 Road so that it could safely accommodate the quarry truck traffic. And this had also been discussed with the quarry to the north, and they had provided an estimate of the cost. However, they determined it was too expensive for them to pursue that. However, Midstate Materials has agreed to finance the improvements for East 2300 Road, while the county would be in charge of the construction and setting the standards for the construction. And that way that was their proposal that went back to the Planning Commission, was that they would finance the improvements to East 2300 Road so that the quarry traffic could be taken off of 2200 and Church Street and access K10 Highway this way. At the February Planning Commission meeting, there was some concern raised by the Eudora Planning Commissioners that the quarry trucks, once they reach K10, may turn and then travel through the city of Eudora. And the applicant indicated they don't typically sell north of Eudora, but it would be possible to place a condition on this conditional use permit that quarry trucks are not permitted to drive through Eudora unless they are delivering gravel within the city. And so with all CUPs, we have the review criteria in the zoning regulations to review with. The first is the compatibility with nearby zoning and land uses. And mining is an activity that can have significant offsite impacts due primarily to the truck traffic and the noise associated with production. The nearby area contains agricultural zoning and uses with scattered residences, and there is residential zoning, the CP clustered preservation zoning to the southwest with a platted rural subdivision. So conditions and restrictions of use, which would minimize negative impacts on nearby properties, include the setbacks, a 750-foot setback from the residences, and then the 100-foot from the right-of-way and 50-foot from the properties. Pre-blasting surveys and hydrologic studies would be required prior to moving into each phase. Lighting standards to prevent off-site glare, limits on the hours of sales, production, and blasting, and established truck route and road maintenance provisions, And as suggested at the February meeting, maybe additional berming to minimize visual impacts and lessen the sound level. While a quarry will have offsite impacts just due to the nature of the use, measures proposed with the conditions and restrictions of use should mitigate the impact on nearby land uses. With proper setbacks and conditions, the proposed quarry use should be compatible with the nearby zoning districts and land uses. We also review the use for compatibility with the character of the area. For the purpose of this review, we typically define the area as an area about 1 mile from the subject property. Since it abuts up to Johnson County to the east, we are using the Douglas County east line as the eastern border, and then about 1 mile to the north, the west, and the south. And this is shown on the graphic on the right with the dashed lines. This is a rural area in close proximity to the Eudora city limits. Therefore, there is a mix of agricultural, rural residential, and urban residential uses in the area, and there is also an established quarry. And the proximity of the city of Eudora presents 2 issues. One is the compatibility of the quarrying activity with increased residential development, and the other is timing. Taking into account the future growth of Eudora, quarrying activities in this area should occur as soon as possible so that the resources can be utilized and the area made available for development as the urban growth area expands in the future. And rural residential uses, marked in red on the graphic, are located primarily in the southern portion of the 1 mile area, the platted subdivision to the southwest of the proposed quarry, and then residences along North 1100 Road. And neither one of these are on the truck route. And so the impact to them would be primarily from the production activities. The conditions and restrictions of use being proposed with this permit should result in a project that, while not without impact, would be compatible with the character of the area. Other review criteria, one is what is the suitability of the property to the use that currently is permitted and also to the proposed use. The property is well suited for uses permitted in the agricultural district. However, due to the location of limestone reserves, it is also well suited for the proposed quarry use. What would be the impact on the natural environment? A quarry is heavily regulated by state and federal regulations, and so no negative impacts are anticipated on the natural environment. However, the western side of the property contains quite a bit of prime farmland, and this would be affected with the quarry use. And figure 6B in the staff report shows the extent of the prime farmland on the property. What would be the impact on the transportation network, the community facilities or utilities in the area? The quarry would not require the use of community facilities or utilities, but it would have an impact on the transportation network. The quarry would be required to pay a per ton rock fee to assist with the maintenance of the roads within the truck route, similar to the quarry to the north. One condition of approval for the quarry to the north, which is commonly called the Ham Eudora Quarry, is that the road maintenance and traffic safety would be reviewed if the production increases to more than 720,000 tons per year in 2 consecutive years. If that occurs, then the county engineer would review if additional road maintenance provisions or other changes to the CUP would be necessary. At the February Planning Commission, some members of the public noted that the Ham Quarry is limited to 720,000 tons per year, but this is not a limit. It is a threshold that if that occurs for 2 consecutive years, then the county engineer would review the road maintenance and the safety issues and provide a report to the county commission if there are any changes needed. With their application, the applicant for this quarry noted that the Ham Quarry average production had been about 500,000 tons for the last 2 years. They stated that, in their opinion, the overall amount of aggregate produced would not increase significantly, but that the new quarry would serve as competition and would result in lower prices. For the purpose of this review, staff is operating on the assumption that there would be an increase in production and traffic, since we don't have the industry knowledge to understand why there wouldn't be an increase. We would just make that assumption that it would increase, and this would help us to ensure adequate road maintenance provisions and traffic safety measures would be employed. And as I mentioned earlier, the principal cause for traffic safety concern is the school access to East 2200 Road or Church Street. And there have been several options for safety. One that was recommended with the original staff report before the alternate route was proposed was limiting the production of the proposed quarry to no more than 500,000 tons per year for the first 2 years. And this would allow the impact on the roadway and traffic safety elements to be evaluated and necessary measures implemented before the production is increased. However, the applicant with their revised truck route, that would be a better option. With the Ham Eudora conditional use permit, the city of Eudora noted that they would prefer the quarry use East 2300 road as a truck route rather than East 2200, just for safety reasons. And the applicant indicated they would be willing to finance these improvements, and so that could be used in an alternate route. And the county engineer, I believe, is present today, and the applicant is present, and they could provide more information on the type of improvements that are needed and how that would be work out. The other safety measure that could be implemented that's been noted in previous studies is that a roundabout could be installed at the intersection of East 2200 Road and the high school access point. This would address traffic congestion and also provide intersection safety for the traffic. There has been little enthusiasm or interest, it seems, in this option, so that's not one that's being discussed or promoted right now. The proposed use is compliant with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan that recognizes extraction of natural resources as essential and recommends that the process be managed to minimize impacts on the environment and surrounding land uses. The conditions and restrictions of use placed on the CUP would minimize negative impacts. The land within the quarry would be reclaimed for agricultural purposes when the life of the quarry is over. We look at whether or not the proposal is in compliance with zoning regulations, and as outlined in the staff report, the quarry is being proposed in conformance with the standards for mining, excavation, and or extraction use in the zoning regulations. And it would be appropriate to set a time limit on a quarry use. As I mentioned, they had originally suggested a 30-year time limit, but agreed to the 20-year time limit so that it would match Eudora's plans for growth, and it could be reevaluated at that time. We did receive communications as we were going through the review of this project. Most of the concerns were with the impact the quarry use would have on nearby residential uses, the character of the area, potentially land property values, and those were discussed in the staff report. And there was quite a bit of concern with the safety of the additional truck traffic on East 2200 Road. It may be preferred to have one quarry in the area at a time rather than two operating simultaneously, but with the timing of Eudora's projected growth, it may be better to complete the quarrying so the reserves have been depleted before the city has grown to this point. The improvements proposed to East 2300 Road or the installation of a roundabout at the high school access may improve transportation in the area during and beyond the life of the quarry. And as noted earlier, there are several measures built in to minimize the impact of the quarry on residential uses. This was considered by the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission at their November 16th meeting, and they voted 6-2 to forward it to the County Commission with a recommendation for denial. It was returned to the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission in February, and they voted 8-1 to forward it with a recommendation for denial. And the Eudora Planning Commission voted 7-0 at the November meeting to recommend denial of the application, and 6-0 at the February meeting. Principal concerns they raised were with the impact the quarry might have on their projected future growth as they expect to grow in this direction. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me, and I do believe the applicant is present today.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mary at this time? Not yet. Okay. Mary, I do have one question right off the top. Your recommendation says consider conditional use permit. Planning is not making a recommendation on this one?
Planning, and I didn't prepare the iCompass materials, I'm sorry, but staff recommended approval. The Planning Commission is recommending denial. So I would assume the action would be Planning Commission's recommendation is to deny the application. Okay. So if you made a motion, you can move to deny it or to approve it.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, is the applicant here? Yeah,
I have a quick question for Mary. This is Commissioner Reed. Mary, as part of I didn't see anything in the memo or the presentation about this, but just curious if staff was able to do any study or investigation about other places where two quarries were operating at the same time adjacent to one another and what the impacts of those are? Do you have any examples to share, or was that not part of the research?
No, I don't have any examples of two quarries. I did look into what would be the impact of two rock crushing plants, because that was a concern that some of the neighbors raised, is that that would be much louder. And the sounds information I found is if you have two sound sources near each other at about the same decibel level, it does not double the sound level. It raises it a little, but not as much as you would assume realistically. But I did not look for other examples. In my mind, it'd be the same as if it was a very large quarry, similar to the one on the west side of the county.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I mean, the example of sound is one factor, but I think I'm more curious about the impact to the ground and the stability of the ground in that area with blasting into adjacent places. But thanks for confirming whether that was a factor or not. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Okay, we'll hear from the applicant at this time.
See if I'm tech savvy enough to do this.
And make sure to speak right into that microphone when you are talking to us.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Eckert, and I'm with the Bettis Companies. Today, we're here with Mid-States Materials. This is our quarry company. Mid-States Materials operational headquarters are in Douglas County. They're located out at our Big Springs quarry. Kind of our business ideal, Bettis Asphalt is a statewide bidder. KDOT and the KTA are some of our major clients. We're on the low bid business. In order to win bids, we have to be low. And what we discovered is that if we have control of the aggregate, the sand, and our trucking, which are three of our companies, then we are better suited to provide low bids. And I'm trying to get this to frame. And we have 8 companies, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time because I know we have a limited amount of time today and there's a ton of people in here. So I'm gonna be quick, but I'm not gonna hurry. Those are our 8 operational companies. And I will point out that 6 of them need aggregate to go forward. So here is a quick map of our quarries in the state of Kansas. I will point out that it's also a pretty good map of where the limestone is in the state of Kansas. As you can see, it's bunched to the eastern 1/3. When you get on the other side of Manhattan, there's not any really limestone that you can find, but limestone is abundant, and it's abundant in northeast Kansas. One of the themes that I have tonight is the rock is where the rock is. Sometimes that's fortunate, sometimes that's unfortunate, but you know, the wind blows throughout the entire county, the sun shines on the entire county, but the rock can't be moved. It is where it is. We do believe this is a great location, a great market, and quite frankly, the aggregate is plentiful here. In order to have a quarry, you do need a couple of things. You have to have a willing landowner, which is very hard to find. We often have 20 touches with landowners before we can get one to sign a lease. After that, you obviously need the government permits. But the other thing that has to happen is that the rock twofold has to be of sufficient quantity and sufficient quality. And we already know that. We've done some test drilling on the property, but we also know the quality of the Hams quarry immediately to the north. But it's tough to find a quarry location because it needs all those factors. Obviously, aggregates, if you need to grow, you have to have them. There's no way around it. I'm going to come back to this statistic later in my presentation, but I will point out that every dollar of aggregate sales produces $4 of sales in other industries. And that's the fuel that a trucker buys. That's the gas station. That's the trucker buying beef jerky and a soda pop. It's the aggregate going to a commercial enterprise or an industrial enterprise, but there is a multiplier effect with aggregate sales. Here's the phases that we plan on. If you have any questions about the technical aspects, I'll be glad to help you with those. But as you can see, we are going to do some phase work here. And one of the keys is that we're only going to open about 50 acres at a time. I don't believe that that is a condition of the quarry to the north, but our quarry will be much more compact. So when you look at it from the eagle in the sky, our quarry will not have as much opened as the one to the north. So the rather large concession that we made in this entire process was to assume the cost of an alternate haul route. We quickly agreed with everybody that was testifying that the current haul route is not good. You can just merely look at a map and see 2 schools and multiple subdivisions. So we want no part of that. So we went back after our initial hearings, went back to corporate and had to talk about how to do this. We had the favor of getting the Ham haul route estimate for improving East 2300 Road. And as you see at the bottom, I think it was in 2021, Ham estimated $3.5 million to improve that road. And of course, we all know what costs have done since then, but we're willing to stand by that estimate and make this a condition of the CUP that we would be willing to finance this. I want to make it clear that the control will still be Douglas County. You'll design it, you'll bid it out, you'll inspect it, all that, all we're going to be involved in is financing. So when we went to this new haul route, we knew that we had to contact a different set of landowners. Here's a certified mailings that we made to everyone that owned property along the new haul route. This is the new haul route. Interestingly enough, one person controls this triangle. And when that person got our letter, they were very excited because they saw a improved road to be very important to their plans. And they immediately contacted us. We had a nice long conversation and they're writing this letter of support today. Once the word got out, we actually started to get more phone calls and more people wanting to know about the haul route. So we turned this letter into a form letter and we submitted that last week. We have 94 different people sign a support letter, 94 in favor of this haul route. And that's not something that we usually see. When we come in front of commissions and cities and ask for industrial permits, we don't usually see a lot of support, but this is something that we've never run into before. So I am pleased that there are parts of the community that recognize that improving 2300 would be a good thing for them. Early on, we got a letter from Eudora Schools. I think it's in the packet. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. We did go visit with Eudora. That letter, their only concern is transportation. And again, with our new alternate haul route, we take that off the table. I would like to point out there was some testimony at the Planning Commission somewhere along the lines of, well, okay, fine. If you do the haul route, that doesn't mean that Hams is going to use it. They might just very well continue to use the current haul route. First of all, if they're going to go east off of K10, they're going to use the new haul route. All right, they are. But I will say that the reason this slide is up here is that Hams some time ago had a request, and I think they withdrew this. They wanted a temporary use permit for concrete. I just point out that you're not done with the Ham site. They have plans. They're a large company. They're owned by Summit, which is a multinational corporation. This is a very busy area, as I'm sure you're already aware. It's going to get busier, and you will have a way to talk to Hams about their CUP and the haul route in the future. So let's talk about blasting just a little bit. The legal limit, and this is, I don't want to get too technical here, but there is a legal limit, and that legal limit is measured in waves, right? The force is measured in waves, and 2.0 centimeters is the legal limit. And that limit was reached by our authorities several years ago, because 4.0 is the limit where you start to cause damage to a piece of property. At the foundation, at 4.0, it starts. So what our industry standard is, cut that in half. And that's what we have to abide by. If we go over the 2.0 legal limit, we have regulators on us. And by the way, a quarry is one of the most heavily regulated pieces of property that you're going to have in your county. Federal government, state government, they're everywhere. Multiple federal agencies. MSHA is the main one. They regularly inspect all of our quarries. They're a constant presence in our lives. KDHE, Department of Ag, State Department of Ag, multiple touches by the state government. Anyway, this blasting diagram was put together by Buckley Powder, who is the company that we use for our blasting. They are the expert in the field. They're the person in the state of Kansas. They also do some blasting for hams, I might add. And by their calculation, at the closest house on our closest blast, that number will be 0.4. You can see it right there. So on our worst blasting day, we're going to be 1/4 of the state limit and 1/8 of the limit to cause damage. And these are the same numbers that hams has to live up, their quarries have to live by as well. So again, that's just kind of what I just said in this slide here. I will say that every time we blast, we will have a seismograph on site. Those records will be available to your planning staff, your zoning staff, and for you, quite frankly, to view at any time. So when I was last in front of the commission, I was advised that which of the factors, Commissioner Kelly, that you said that I should concentrate on, and they were your points 1 and 2, and those. And I think the reason that you kind of combine those is they kind of do look alike a little bit. This is the golden factors, which is the statewide and the Kansas Supreme Court has given us. Your factors look a little bit like theirs, quite a bit actually. But points 1 and 2, proposed use compatible with nearby zoning, and is the proposed use compatible with the character of the area. And so we took a second to look at that, and we actually found a Supreme Court case right on point about an existing adjoining quarry, and that is the combined investment case, Board of County Commissioners of Butler. And those two factors were very big in that case. And this is in your packet of materials. I know it's hard to read, but again, they were trying to zone a piece of land next to an existing quarry. And basically, the fact that there was an existing quarry there was huge. It kind of carried the day in that case. Once there's a quarry there, and the commission has said yes to that quarry, it's very hard to say no to a surrounding one. And quite frankly, if you look around in modern society, that makes sense. If you see a McDonald's, you're going to see a Taco Bell. If you're going to see a British Petroleum, you're going to see another gas station. That's how zoning works. But let's delve further into this issue. So if you look at a Google map, and if you look at from 30 miles up, from 30 miles in the air, the dominant geographical feature of this area is that quarry. If you close in to 14 miles, again, the dominant character of this area is that quarry. 3 miles, again, that's the character of the area. And as Mary pointed out, I believe the term she used was scattered residences. That is also almost exactly the same phrase that the Kansas Supreme Court used in the case I cited. So your third factor is suitability of the property for the uses to which it has been restricted. Currently, it's being used as agriculture, and it's being rented out for approximately $150 per acre per year. That's what the landowner gets for that property. But let's take a look at the calculations. There's a lot of rock here, a lot. This is a rich area. 80 foot deep of mineable rock. If you go 1 foot over a course of an acre, you come up with 3,493 tons of rock. That equals 279,000 tons per acre. We think that there's about 100 mineable acres here. That gives you over almost 28 million tons. At a $15 average selling price, there are $419 million of aggregate sales that could be produced by this quarry. That's a gross number. That's sales. That's not our cost, landowner costs, all that other stuff taken away. But that's a gross sale that's going to be injected into this local economy. And I want to go back to that other slide. $1 of sales also causes $4 of extended benefits. We're talking this quarry could inject $1.6 billion of money into this economy over the next 20 years. So I think it's more suitable. It's oftentimes you do your suitability study. It's a highest and best use analysis. I think it's pretty clear that the highest and best use of this property is as a quarry. I just want to point out that going to our next topic, the Hams Quarry and our quarry are actually located outside of the growth policy map. We need to keep that in mind going forward, but it is outside of the map of the growth map. So we took this from the City of Eudora's website. If it'll come up. This is their plans for that area to the north of the quarry. This is going to require several million tons of aggregate to build. Okay. And right now, Hams has their threshold of 750. They're at 525. Those are millions, 525,000 tons. Sorry, thousands. And this is, they're at that number pre-Panasonic. So there's been a lot of talk about how our quarry might very well restrict growth, how Panasonic will drive growth, but we've kind of already seen this. We've seen this with the incredibly large intermodal that went in at Gardner. And what happened, this mouse is getting a little sticky on me. Yeah, let's see if that works. Aha, thank you. So it did drive Gardner's growth a little bit in the last 6 years. We're updated at 2021. It did drive a little bit of growth. But Panasonic is in DeSoto. It's not in Eudora. It's similar in distance in terms of what happened in Edgerton. Those distances are about the same, and it didn't affect Edgerton's population that much at all. As a matter of fact, they lost a little bit. Now, Edgerton has gotten into the habit of annexing for Amazon warehouses. So their growth area got really big, but it didn't drive a population boom. So do quarries restrict growth? That's really the key question. And the next series of slides are probably the most important thing in my presentation that I'm going to show you. This is a quarry inside the city limits of St. Louis in 2005. And look at that, there's subdivisions all the way around it. But guess what happened now? They didn't stop. Now we have subdivisions literally touching the quarry on 3 sides. Okay, that's St. Louis, that's in Missouri. We all know what people in Kansas think of people in Missouri. Let's talk about Olathe, 15 minutes away. 2005, you can see the start of a growth pattern of an existing operating quarry. Let's jump ahead 17 years. And you can see built out subdivisions, 5 of them, that have happened in the last 17 years. But more importantly, if you see the quarry immediately to the east, you will see dirt being moved. And you know what that is? That is a brand new subdivision called Wilshire Hills. There are signs on that property right now. You can go to Wilshire Hills right now and buy a lot next to that quarry. And if you can see the fine print on the right, those homes are in the 600,000s. Like I said, these are among the most important slides I'm going to show you because all we've heard is how this is going to restrict Eudora's growth. But we're showing you quarries do not restrict growth. So we reached out to a real estate agent in that area, and he provided this letter. Again, it's fine print, but it's in your packet. I'm not going to read that to you, but basically he says, hey, we're selling lots. We're selling lots right next to this quarry. We're building new houses right next to this quarry. So one of the other things that we heard, quarry operations restrict property values. I just showed you Olathe is building brand new $600,000 houses by a quarry. But nationally, we found a report from the Phoenix Center that basically says we find no compelling statistical evidence. This report was done, I think, in 2005. They updated it May of 2022. And if you look at the last sentence on the bigger box, evidence from 3 cities for thousands of home sales reveals no robust effect of quarries on home values. These are existing homes. These aren't homes being built right next to a quarry. However, you have a very robust Douglas County appraiser website, and it is very easy to pull information off of that website. In years past, we've used this website for our Big Springs quarry when we do these presentations in other areas, because the homes at Big Springs appreciated at quite a bit. But here we have a subdivision fairly close to Ham's Quarry. Ham's has obviously been in operation before the year 2018. Like I said, the last couple of years, they've been over 500,000 tons sold. And as you can see, those are big increases in the last 4 years. That quarry is not affecting the property values of these homes. The last thing I want to say on this topic before we go away is that at the end of the day, people will say, we just don't want the quarry next to us. And I understand that. I get that. But what your charge is zoning and how that works. The golden factors, your 6 factors that you have to pay attention to. And the courts have been very clear that you have to have reasons to do one thing or the other, to approve or deny. And Mary just went through those 6 factors, and at the end of the day, planning staff recommended approval. I've kind of gone through those myself, pointing out that those weigh heavily in our favor. But when citizens say, we don't want this, that's called legally a plebiscite of the neighborhood, and that's frowned upon. If that's what you use to base your decision, you'll be overturned. The easiest way to say it is that last sentence: neighborhood objections are not legally sufficient to deny use or even conditional uses of land. I only point that out because at the Planning Commission, the planning commissioner for Douglas County who made the motion to deny basically defined a plebiscite. He said the people who live in the area says, no, we do not want this quarry here. How do we as a planning commission do anything other than support that? That's the very legal definition of a plebiscite. And then that planning commissioner made a motion to deny. The only other thing I want to point out before I leave those factors is I do want to touch base on your comprehensive plan just a bit. I don't have a slide for that, but on page 15 of your comprehensive plan, you recognize the need for the extraction of local natural resources to keep construction costs economically reasonable. That's one of the very important things here. And I'm going to tell you something now that I wasn't able to tell the Planning Commission because it just happened 2 weeks ago. We received an order for 25,000 tons of rock from Big Springs to be sent to the Panasonic plant. I don't know what that means, although it feels like people are starting to recognize already that there's not enough aggregate in this area. We think that's just the start, but there are buying rock from the other side of the county to truck that to Panasonic. And I think that's an indication of the pricing that's going on in this area and the quality of work that Mid-States Materials does. But that's only going to increase. And I'm going to argue that one reason that you should open up this quarry is because we don't want to be trucking rock 25 miles away when we can truck it 2 miles away. Okay, so back to the existing site. As Mary pointed out, there's screening on both sides. And one of the things that we're going to do is build a 20-foot high berm. That will be the largest berm in the history of our company. Most of our berms are 8 to 12 feet, but here we think there's sufficient cover to build 20-foot berms. So that's quite another significant addition to our typical plan. Commissioners, this is the magazine that's kind of the Bible, for lack of a better word, of our industry. We've been on the cover before for how environmentally friendly our operations are. For instance, with our stormwater discharge, we build stormwater sediment plants, our ponds. I'm going to come back to that in a second, but we inspect the water regularly. If a rainfall event is a ½ inch or more, we are there, we do the inspections and we send it off to KDHE. We do have to have stormwater pollution permits, again, from KDHE and from the EPA. Like I said, this thing's heavily regulated. Here's an example of how a stormwater pond works. But basically you give the water time to settle the fines out and they settle to the bottom before the clean water runs off. This is a typical sediment pond at our Big Springs quarry. That's an award-winning sediment pond. I'm going to show you here in a little bit later. Again, this picture shows you how clean the runoff is to the right. That water is basically as clear as you can get. So dust, we do have spray suppression bars that we will be using on all of our equipment. Not all quarries use them, but we do, because dust is one of the 2 or 3 biggest things that we hear about. Interestingly enough, most of the dust is caused by hauling on dirt roads. In our 24, 25 quarries, the majority of them go over a non-hard surface road. That's not going to be the case here, particularly if we are allowed to hard surface East 2300. That's going to eliminate the major source of dust. These water suppression bars will keep the dust off of the crusher. And then for our internal haul routes, we do have water trucks such as this one that will spray the dust down on those internal haul roads. So we win a lot of awards. A lot of safety awards and a lot of environmental awards, and we're rather proud of our company. Our Big Springs quarry, like I said, is in Douglas County. That's where our operational headquarters are. Here's our community involvement, the things that we do in our various cities and counties that we are in. Again, I know you're in a hurry, so I am too. So when we first came to your planning staff with our application, from that time till this day, we have made a ton of concessions. We have negotiated in good faith with anybody that stepped forward and said, hey, what about this? And from knocking down our permit from a 10-year time frame to offering to pay $3.5 million for a haul route, to massive setbacks. Our hours are limited. We've limited down to 50 acres open at a time. If anyone from your staff has asked for it, we have gone out of our way to provide it. And even more so, because no one asked us to pave a road. But that's how important this area is to us and the commitment that we want to make to you. So again, Big Springs, this is in Douglas County. Those were 3 40-acre sites, right? This is what they look like today. Here's one of the many governor's awards that we've won for that very site. We won the governor's award in 12, 14, 18, and 21. And our Big Springs site won the national award in 2018. We were the national champion for Big Springs. All of that property here in Douglas County. We're very proud of that. We actually made the paper. I must have put that slide. We made the Lawrence Journal World and the Capital Journal front pages the week we won that award. So everybody wants to know about, well, how clean are your sediment ponds? Well, here's the Big Springs pond. That is a yellow perch. I don't know if you can tell. And the reason it's being measured is we were so close to winning the Kansas state record. We were 0.12 of a pound from setting the record. That came out of a Big Springs quarry pond. Here's the newspaper articles I was talking about. So guess what? We are actually the defending national champions right now. We won the national award again for our Plummer Creek Quarry. That quarry is located in Osage County. And it was unique in that that landowner, he didn't want a pasture land with a pond. He wanted corn. And this is the first crop. It was the first time that we've ever done a topsoil reclamation at a quality level to produce row crops. And we did it. And the landowner couldn't be more pleased. And we won the national award for that. So I know that was a lot to get through. I apologize for the length, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try my best.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhart. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Can you stop sharing your screen there?
I'll have quite a few questions also for county staff when we get to that point, but Mr. Eckert, since we have you here, you talked about the blasting data and that would be available. Who collects that blasting data? It seems I saw something in the packet that has to be a third party, or is that also from Bettis?
Seem to be my. Okay. There's a lot of stuff at the bottom of the screen. Leave webinar. Want me to hit that? Let an expert take over from here. I'm sorry, Commissioner, your question was on blasting?
Yes, on the blasting data, who collects that data? Is it within your company or is it a third party?
Yeah, it's within our company. The seismograph, however, is independently audited and formatted. So we don't do that. So it's be impossible to fake the results without breaking the software and breaking into the case, but it's independently audited and formatted.
What organization does that audit?
So whoever makes the seismograph.
Okay.
I don't know the brand off the top of my head. That's the first time I've ever been asked that. Geez, now I got something to look up.
So then so just kind of double checking that that data is audited through the organization that makes the seismograph. It's not like another government agency or something that's kind of auditing that data from a variety of quarries.
Correct. All we do is hit print and then it spits out the information.
Okay. And another question, your information that you shared about property values and one of the slides that you had up there, we didn't get all the way to the bottom of it, but it said that, not much impact, but it said at a half mile, it was kind of at a half mile, it did not have a lot of impact on property values. Do we have any information about what happens within that half mile to a quarry? I know you have showed some maps and some development slides, but
I'm a little bit confused. The question
Okay.
started out as blasting, but you moved to,
this was the second question. Yes.
but you ended with appraisals, I think. But
You'd had a slide about the impact on property values, or
correct.
several slides about it.
Yes.
And one of those was a text box, and it talked about that property values were not significantly impacted outside of 1/2 mile, but within
Oh.
1/2 mile, do we have data on that?
Well, I actually use the closest residences we have to the quarries. So Hesper is the closest houses to our quarry. They might not be necessarily the closest to Hams, but they're the closest to where we are, with Hams immediately adjoining us. So I didn't cherry pick. I just grabbed Hesper.
Okay.
And then I have similar numbers on Big Springs. And again, I use the very closest properties that adjoin our property.
Thank
And
you.
the other thing I want to add is that Big Springs and this site would look dramatically different. Big Springs is a 2,000 acre quarry that serves all of Shawnee County, which is 180,000 people, and a lot of rock goes to this county. Much bigger quarry. Here we're limited to 50 acres. So I just want to make sure if you pull up a map and look at Big Springs and go, wow, well, that's because it's a much bigger quarry.
Commissioners?
So this one is 242 acres. How large is the Ham quarry? And that might be a question for staff. Harry, are you there?
I am here. I don't have that information at the right at my fingertips. It's several,
It's okay. We can come back to you on that.
okay.
Thanks. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Mr. Eichert, we might have some more questions here in the future.
Thank you.
So we'll open this up for public comment. We have 12 people signed up for public comment. Remember, your time limit is 3 minutes per public comment. So you can come up to the microphone as I call you. I'm going to call the first 2 people. So the first person be ready to go, and then we'll kind of do it that way. Keith Turnbull, you're first, and then Sherry Turnbull.
Good evening. My name is Keith Turnbull and my family lives in Hesper Heights, and the new proposed quarry would be about 125 yards out my front door to the north and the east. When I looked up the role of the Planning Commission for the local government, it says this: a planning commission is a body of local citizens that serve within local government, acting as an advisory group to the municipal governing body on issues and policies related to planning, land use, regulation, and community development. After the topic of the Mid-States Quarry had been brought up before both the Eudora and Douglas County Planning Commission, these 2 advisory groups invested more than 14 hours of time reviewing the proposal, investigating and asking important questions, and hearing this proposal that we heard again tonight. After all that time was spent, the Eudora Planning Commission unanimously voted down the cut request by Mid-States Quarries twice. After the Douglas County Planning Commission went through the same detailed process, they also voted down the Mid-States proposal by a large margin twice. In addition, the Eudora Mayor, Eudora City Council spent many hours looking at the proposal and comparing it to their future plan growth for the city. After that long process, they also were 100% against this cut proposal. And if that was not enough, Eudora School Board, another body of citizens who are there to vote to represent their constituents, submitted a document stating their opposition to this new quarry. In addition, this project is opposed by the leading environmental organization in the United States, the Sierra Club. Now, while our Kansas representative could not speak at the meeting tonight due to the shortage of time, he did speak at the joint Douglas County Eudora Planning Commission last month and voiced the Sierra Club's very valid opposition to this project. And lastly, the citizens of Eudora and Douglas County, who, if you remove the property owners, close family, and a few dump truck drivers, the rest are almost unanimously opposed to this proposal. So tonight, I'm simply asking you to trust the mayor and the city council of Eudora, to trust the advice of the Eudora School Board, to trust the advice of the Eudora and Douglas County Planning Commission in their advisory role. And lastly, to trust the citizens of Eudora and Douglas County who would be the most affected by this project. Trust all these people and vote down the Mid-States cut proposal here tonight. Thank you.
Sherry's up, and after Sherry, we'll hear from John. Ooh, I think it's France, but it may be Frange. I'm sorry, John, if I got your last name wrong.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Turnbull, and as Keith just said, our family's lived in Hesper Heights since 1998. The question has come up many times: why are you complaining about having an active quarry in Eudora when there's one there already? So I'd like to just give a little bit of history about Hesper Heights and quarry activity. Our subdivision was first platted in 1990, the first home built in 91, with the majority of homes built between 97 and 03, the last in 06. The entire time that was going on, the Hams Quarry was closed. It was not active. And this proposed site was a residence. There was a home, there's multiple outbuildings. It was used for cattle and growing crops. We have 14 families on our street alone that like taking our daily walks and riding our bikes. Let's see, in 2005, our neighborhood came together and formed a homes association to pave our road, intentionally protecting our biggest investment, which is our home. The current Ham Quarry was previously Pete Fish Quarry that opened in 1960, and it was very small, had seasonal, basically, quarry uses. In 2001, Ham purchased, and in 02, They asked for a cut to add an additional 129 acres to the north, which is away from us. In May of '03, the Douglas County Commission voted to approve the expansion. The very next month, Arthur Nice, who owned the property next to that expansion, sued to stop the operations. So when Hesper Heights was being developed between 91 and '06, the quarry gates were closed and locked. So when we chose to build our homes in Eudora, there was no active quarry. Almost 10 years later, the lawsuit was finished and settled. January 18th of '13, the quarry was allowed to start operations. They started in 2015, moving away from us, allowing a new quarry to go in so close to an established neighborhood and in the direct area that Eudora is wanting to grow is just not what needs to happen for our area. To let Eudora grow, that can't happen. So please end the request by Mid-States by denying their cup. Thank you.
We'll hear from John, and next is Leon Mueller.
Hello, my name is John Frankie. I reside at 2222 North 600 Road, Eudora, Kansas. Didn't plan to speak at this particular session, but found out that you were finalizing this decision tonight, so I thought I'd better just stand up and speak as a Eudora unincorporated resident. And I'm very much opposed. I've been hearing about this, and it seems like you're all getting a landslide of requests for uses of land, agricultural land, other than its intended use. And the only thing I want to talk about is Horizon 2020. If you all haven't refreshed your memory in that, please spend a little bit of time, because everything that they're requesting is going against the basic premise that the county wants to maintain the rural character. They want to maintain agricultural uses of land that's viable. They want to promote agribusiness, everything that we moved to Douglas County for. And so I've got just scribbled notes, but basically I think you ought to pay attention to what the cities are saying. Even though it may not be on the urban growth projection for Eudora, I think that was maybe before a sunflower ammunition plant expansion was presented. I believe these cities are going to need a lot of residential, commercial developments. So I believe not only the Johnson County cities adjacent to us, as well as the Douglas County cities, they're going to be talking against these types of proposals. My big concern is the environment. I'm a beekeeper. I do raise crops, vegetables, etc. And I'm very concerned about the environment and maintaining what we're used to living in out here in Douglas County. And I really want to see that you all work to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Leon Mueller is up next, and then Jack Dunn.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leon Mueller. I live in Hesper Heights. I just have a few issues. Just want to reiterate that I agree with the Eudora Council, with the County Council, the County Planning Commission, the citizens of Eudora. We have over and over repeated that we don't want this quarry. Second thing is we have a labor shortage in this area. We have a labor shortage throughout the nation. I think Ham will be able to keep up with the labor. I mean, we can only produce so much rock because we only have so much labor to put it down and put the buildings up. Third, mention was made about noise. And it is true. If two children are running through your house and they both scream at the same time, you're going to hear the loudest one. It's not an addition. Those two don't add up. It is only the loudest noise you'll hear. But my children don't scream at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Next up is next up is Jack Dunn, and then Mike Short. If you would make sure and say your address. We have it on the sheet here, but if you'd say it out loud for our minutes too, that'd be great. Some of these are a little tricky to read.
Good afternoon. and Thanks for your time. My name is Jack Dunn. I live at 2275 North 1137th Road in the Hesper Heights area. This seems like it's been going back and forth for several months, as you well know, and there's been a lot of debate on what is best for our county and what is best for our residents and what is best for everybody involved. I think there's a lot of negative response about this rock quarry for what it's going to do to the city of Eudora, what it's going to do to the people in the area, what's going to do to people in the neighborhood, the integrity of our city and where they want to go and what they want to build. I know they've talked about the home prices going up and a rock quarry not affecting that. I think we would pretty much all agree that everything in the past 10 years has gone up. Even a shack on the corner has gone up in value. So I know there's people building houses next to rock quarries in other areas. I know I'm not home during the day very much. My wife works from home. She talked about how she hears the noise and she hears the trucks and she hears everything else that goes with it. And I just think there's a huge diswant of this rock quarry and what it's going to do to our city of Eudora and where it wants to go. So I could sit here and talk about a lot of things, but a lot of that's already been brought to our attention. And I guess I just ask that we take a good, strong look at this and deny this proposal. Thank you.
Mike, and then Travis McCormick is next.
Hi, thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Mike Shutt. I live at 2365 North 1100 Road. That is directly south of where the new proposed quarry would be. To start, I'll make it very simple. I'm totally against the quarry going in. There are numerous reasons behind this. I'll touch on just a few. First off, we've talked about wants, but I'll cover needs. There's no need for the quarry to go in. There's already Ham Quarry essentially right across the street from where they want to go. I do understand the future will hold a need for the increase in aggregate usage. However, Ham's already handling that, and they have been given an expansion permit as well, so they can continue to handle the increase. If they can't, there's also a quarry just down the road in DeSoto, right off of K10. Secondly, our own Eudora Planning Commission and the Douglas County Planning Commission have both said twice unanimously that they do not want this going in. It is not in their proper usage and vision for what they project for that area. We ask that you please listen to those governing bodies that best represent us at this time. Numerous problems also go in with an additional quarry. Pollution, both noise and air, property damage, and property devaluation. Midstates has stated that their studies showed that house values have not been affected in the areas of quarries and that houses have not been damaged from the blasting. Unfortunately, neither of those parts are true. Any house in the area of a quarry will hold a higher value if it is embedded in a full residential area. Additionally, damage to the property, no matter what level the blasting is, legal, illegal, half the limit, whatever, there are numerous lawsuits across the nation regarding foundation damage from quarries. There are entire law firms dedicated to the prosecution of property damage from quarry blasting. Personally, I did not work so hard and so long to be able to move out to the country with my young boys, who I play with outside regularly, to have our outside time disrupted constantly. Additionally, a study published in the National Library of Medicine in 2020 showed an 8 to 19% increase in nasal and eye allergies, higher rate of eye soreness, higher rate of eye dryness, higher chest tightness, higher chronic cough. And the study ultimately found lung
Mike.
function parameters were significantly
Mike, you've
lower
reached your 3
among the
minutes.
exposed group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis, you're up, and then Rochelle. Travis comes up, just a reminder of our 3-minute time limit. You can watch Sarah, she'll give you a cue.
Yeah, Sarah's always got a queue. Wish I had the 30 minutes Mr. Eckhart had. Travis McCormick, 1110 East 2100 Road. I don't have a pre-prepared statement. I'm sorry, I spend 40 hours a week working and I don't work for a rock quarry and I wasn't hired to be a part of an elected team. To the best of my knowledge and everything I've seen to this point says, most every elected official in the Eudora area, to include the Eudora Township, and all the people appointed by those elected officials, to include your own Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission, is opposed to this quarry. The one person on the Planning Commission who is actually for the quarry wavered on the first golden factor, which is the arable suitable for another quarry? Yes, there is an existing quarry there. That's clearly obvious, and it's been in production for years and years and years. However, the golden factor does not just encompass the 1/2 mile around it or the 1 mile closest to it. It should be held to a standard for the entire community of Eudora, not just what is adjacent to it. Mr. Eckhart had a nice slide. The city of Edgerton hasn't seen any population growth since the intermodal was put in. That's interesting. I wonder why. Could it be a giant quarry with no time limit set on it? I'm willing to bet nobody wants to live in Edgerton because there's a quarry down there that cannot be shut down by Johnson County. It is lifetime until they are done mining rock. These points, there are several other I'd like to make, but I don't think they're appropriate. It's probably dirty pool. So with all that said, I'm completely opposed to the quarry. I live 2 miles away. I can hear the existing quarry from where I live now on a quiet day, the sound of trucks backing up. I would hate to see, I would hate to be the people that live right next to it. That's it. Thank you.
Rochelle and then Marge Epperson.
Hello, I'm Rochelle Beatty, 2274 North 1137th Road. I want to thank you, Commissioner Wiley, for pointing out that the data given on home values was a 1/2 mile, not a 1/4 mile. I'm a math teacher and I also teach statistics at the college level. And in order to replicate a study, you must use the same demographics. So due to the fact that we are a 1/4 mile away, that research study does not apply to the fact that our property values will have a negative impact to a quarry coming in that close. We, as members of Hesper Heights, we paved that road from Stinky Corner all the way to the corner, the edge of where this property is going to be. We all paid $125 a year for 10 years plus road improvements. We are dedicated to this community. If you look at our tax revenue that we pay, we as owners and property value payers probably bring in more than the 419 million that they're going to make in revenue and pay no taxes to Eudora or the city of Lawrence on. And we have more than a 20-year life. I've been paying taxes for 40 years now, and I plan to pay another 50 because my family lives that long. So don't sell us out for $419 million. Mary pointed out that there was prime crop ground west of the property they won. Well, what about the human residents 1/4 mile directly west of their boundary line? We matter. We bring in probably more revenue, than the crops, or maybe the same, but we're just as popular. And the city of Eudora, the school, they need revenue from property taxes, not from my personal taxes. When I pay taxes, I have a lot of regulations that I have to follow, and I pay them once a year for oversight. Mining companies have regulations as well, and it's my understanding it's only mandatory that they get a visit twice a year from MSHA. So they're not really regulated any more than my personal finances are. Our community is very strong. You have heard that everyone is opposed to the mine. We are opposed to the mine. I work from home. The fact that they want to run from 6 to 6 means that I can't focus and be productive and pay my taxes if I lose my job from lack of production. You need us to be peaceful working citizens of this community to help it thrive. Please vote no.
Thank you. Just as Marge comes up, just a quick reminder, all comments need to be addressed towards the commission, not the public. Thank you.
One quick question before you start my time. I know there were some people that came in late that might not have been aware they needed to sign up. Is that going to be a directed?
Take care of
Okay.
that.
Okay. I'm Marge Epperson. I live at 2265 North 1137 Road. I've lived out in Hesper Heights for almost 30 years. I gave quite a bit of information ahead of time that I'm going to reference a little bit when I talk here. So since we have such a short time to talk, hopefully you guys did get a chance to read the probably 300 plus pages or whatever it was altogether. I'm from a healthcare background, so I did do a lot of research, reached out to subject experts, realtors, appraisers, looked at what Douglas County has done in the past on issues like this, et cetera. And again, I'm not sure about these property values that it's been stated have gone up and some of the growth, how close those neighborhoods are. But all the research I did, if you're less than a mile, it's at least a 19% to a 30% decreased value. For those of us in Hesper Heights that you saw put up on a previous screen, that's $90,000 per homeowner. Most of us, that's our retirement, that's our investment. But this isn't just about us in Hesper Heights. Yes, we're the closest and it's going to impact us the most, but it's about the community that wants to keep growing around us. You know, it was also on a screen, you know, stated that there's all this development going on. Well, around the Big Springs, from the research I did, there's a huge plot right across the road from this quarry. It still sits empty with 16 lots that the developer can't sell. That's post this quarry. So again, I'm not sure some of the one in Olathe, but I just know that the one in Big Springs, there is not any development happening. Again, it's been said before, you know, we pride ourselves out there. We're heavy agriculture. We're trying to be more residential. We're welcoming that around us. We're lucky to all be on 5 acres in Hesper Heights, but look forward to more residential areas around us. That is just not going to happen if this quarry goes in. And it sounds like it is very rich in resources, but it's going to hurt our environment worse than letting it go in. Please vote it down. Thank you.
Nick Rockhold and then Alan Rockhold.
Good evening, Nicholas Rockhold, 1713 North 780 Road. I'd like to start off. Right now, the vast majority of all the rock in rural Douglas County, Baldwin, everywhere, it all comes from outside Douglas County, majority of it. Hams has gouged everybody. They're way overpriced. The only people really that buy from them are the ones that don't know better. There's a lot of lost sales tax revenue that goes to Johnson County, Franklin County, everywhere around that our county could honestly use. And Eudora says they're against it and all this, but they have all these big plans for this infrastructure and this new housing that's going in. It all needs rock, all of it. So if the price of rock is so much higher, all the cost of the housing goes up. Cost of the housing goes up. How many people can afford higher houses? Would you not want cheaper houses? Would they not want cheaper projects all this so that the tax dollars can go further and do more projects. And it's no different in Eudora as the whole county as a whole. All the roads, the bridges, everything. If you guys have your set amount, but you can do more with that money because all the bids are coming in cheaper, because the asphalt's cheaper, the concrete's cheaper, all the gravel to use everything is all cheaper. Me as a taxpayer, I've noticed my property taxes have significantly gone up the last few years. I would like to see my money used more wisely. Obviously, we're at a shortage. I don't feel like they've just gone up for no reason. I keep getting told it's because houses in the area are selling for more. It's temporary, 20 years. It's not forever on the ground. It's going to go back. It can be used again. The city can annex it all in and use all the ground. The rock is there now. Once the city moves in, the rock's gone. We can never get it back. My son goes to Pyramid Place, which is the daycare right by the schools there. I don't like my wife driving in all that traffic. I don't like driving in that traffic with all the semis and everything, let alone the high school kids, yada, yada, yada. Everybody knows that. They want to fix this problem with the truck traffic. And then lastly, Tom McNish with Palmyra Township asked me to speak on his behalf tonight that Palmyra Township fully supports this. They would like a new competitive quarry close because they also have to go clear down to Franklin County for all of their materials. And they have tried Ham's products and the product is trash. It does not work good for gravel roads. It's how they crush.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Alan and then Kevin Callahan.
Alan Rockhold, 1724 North 780 Road. We haul a lot of rock out of a lot of quarries, and the biggest thing that I can advise you guys is the quality that Mid-States does compared to some of the other quarries. It's like apples and oranges. And I know most people are throwing all the quarries into one hat, but it's really not that way. The biggest asset to the whole area is the quality of that rock. You just can't believe how fortunate that we are to have that in our backyard. I know there's some people that don't like it, but you can't, Mother Nature put that rock there, and Mary had a point there about the extraction of natural resource. Well, there are just not very many of them in Douglas County, to be honest with you. And so we are highly in support. There's been several of our customers that refuse the rock that comes out of Ham's. And it's not the rock is the problem, it's how they produce it. And there's a huge difference. And then having a paved road that isn't going to cost anybody anything is priceless to get that truck traffic away from Eudora. It's going straight to 10 highway. The Hesper Heights people have their own more or less private road that they can take to the south and go up to Eudora. So to me, it's a good fix for everybody, except for the ones that live right next to it. And I understand, but unfortunately, there's some of the quarries to the south are running out of rock. There's only a couple of years left. So now where are you going to get it? If they refuse to go to the one next door, there are several of our customers. We'll haul it from out of county to Eudora. Even some of the local Eudora officials, to be honest with you, refuse to have rock delivered to their own property because of the quality. So I just want to be in support of the way Mid-States does it compared to the other quarters. Highly approved a bunch, many businesses. So thank you.
Kevin Callahan.
Hello, I'm Kevin Callahan, 105 8th Street in Baldwin City. Um, I'm a new owner operator and I've hauled for Mid-States since last summer, and they, excuse me, their quarries are very well kept, and the quality of their rock and the process of them, how they crush their rock is tremendously better than the Hams quarry there. And I personally hauled to Mr. Reason, the Eudora mayor. And he even complained about the quality of rock that he has an account at Hams there, so I hauled it from there and complained about the quality of rock that he got. And if I'm hauling from, say, Edgerton to Mr. Reason, he's got to pay more in the freight because it takes longer. It's a longer distance. It's a longer distance to truck the rock, and the convenience of that, you can't get as much hauled to the area with the quality and the price from Hams. They're owned by Summit. Nationwide pricing, which is a lot more than Mid-States. They have a higher quality at a lesser price for the area. And Mid-States done great with their customers and their pricing. They've given me a good opportunity at starting as a new owner operator in the industry, and their quality of their quarries, and he showed, putting it back to cropland, prime cropland in the area. When they're done, the other area over by Big Springs, you also got to look at Shawnee Heights School District. They're northeast Topeka's right there. So I'd recommend the school district. The quality over there isn't as good, so therefore their housing isn't as desirable, I would say. But on behalf of Mid-States, it'd be a great thing for the community and the truck route, getting away from the schools. I have 5 kids. Understand completely, and in favor of Mid-States quarry over there. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody else here at the courthouse who'd like to provide public comment on this item? Just give us your name.
My name is Alex Kearns. I live at 2723 Stratton Drive in Eudora, Kansas. I'm one of the city commissioners of the city of Eudora. I'm concerned about the addition of another quarry in this area for several reasons. We know that growth is to be expected in the city of Eudora, and specifically residential housing, even more so after the announcement from Panasonic of their development near DeSoto. This plan inhibits the city of Eudora's ability to expand in the way that was already established as the primary development corridor. According to the staff report, the quarry would be located only about 1/4 mile away from the boundaries of Eudora's urban growth area. What if that location were changed? You were being asked to consider Lawrence's urban growth area. If you would vote no to this quarry being located within 1/4 mile of someone's home in Western Lawrence, you should vote no to this quarry being someday located within 1/4 mile of someone in Eudora's. The company states they believe the main concern of the residents at the previous planning commission meeting was the increased traffic near the schools along Church Street in Eudora, and has thus offered an alternative trucking route. Rather than passing 2 schools, their compromise now involves driving these giant rock trucks loaded to the brim past Eudora's lone elementary school as they get to I-70. There have been 5 votes on this issue by local governing bodies. The Eudora Planning Commission has twice voted against this proposal unanimously, I should add. The Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission has also twice voted against this CUP. As an elected official, our job is to make the best choices in serving our citizens based on the input of those who we represent. I urge you to listen to the City of Eudora, the Eudora Planning Commission, the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission, and the voices of those here tonight, and reject this project. Thank you.
Folks, I'm going to ask you not to applaud. I appreciate that. Makes our meeting longer.
My name is Gary Beers. I live at 39530 West 119th Street in Eudora. That's just into Johnson County. We have 200-acre farm. It's to be a quarter of a mile from this proposed new quarry. I'm going to take a little different aspect. I'm a farmer out there. You know, all of our kids and grandkids go to Eudora schools. We do all of our shopping and purchasing of goods and services in Lawrence and Eudora. We farm ground all around this proposed site. We're absolutely opposed to have another quarry forced on us in this community. I'm also speaking for Dawn Montgomery. She's the largest adjacent landowner of anybody in this project area. She has a quarter of a mile to a half a mile on the east side, just across the county line road. And she has 3/4 of a mile on what would be the south side of this quarry. She's dead set against it too. Wants you to take her wishes into consideration also. We have one 400+ acre quarry that we have to deal with on a daily basis with the blasting, the dust, the noise of the rock being ground, noise from the bulldozers, machinery, and the truck backup alarms. The blasting shakes the foundation of our house and barn as we're a quarter of a mile away. The truck traffic on the road on 1200 road, which is supposed to be they're also their haul road. I would invite you commissioners to come out. They're hauling on it 3/4 of a mile. That road is so dangerous and so with the steep ditches, I can't go down that road anymore with any kind of farm machinery because a loaded rock truck will not share the road. They're going to put that truck in the middle of the road and they're going to force you into the ditch. We have 7 different vehicles, farm trucks and cars, all but one of them have broken windshields due to rocks being thrown by passing trucks. The truck drivers, although you dedicate a haul route road, they're going to go wherever they want. The closest way for them to haul, that's where they're going. Right now, they already go to county line and then they head and go north and south. So they're going to go wherever they want to go. We have springs and ponds on our farms and pastures all around this place. If they crack that water table or do any damage to it by blasting, my ponds go dry and then my cows don't have any place to get a drink. I wish you commissioners would deny this permit. We do not need an additional quarry in this area. I appreciate what he's saying. When you look from 15 miles up, the quarry is the dominant feature. You see scattered housing, which makes it sound like it will be no big deal. But if one of your houses is that scattered house, then it's a big deal to you. So please take all of us into consideration. Thank you.
Gary, can you do me a favor and sign in on that sign-in sheet? I can hear our board clerk groaning when I said don't sign in. So if you would, just put your address down. Is there anyone else here to provide public comment here at the courthouse? Okay, seeing none, we'll turn to online. Sarah, do we have anybody online?
We currently don't have, oh, there we go. We got some hands raised. All right. If you're interested online and you are interested in providing public comment on the quarry, please use the raise your hand function, and we're going to move L. Foster into the panel first. You are in the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Logan Foster. I live at 1123 East 2300 Road in Eudora, Kansas. I have been a part of this since the beginning. I do apologize. I do not know which commissioner it was because my screen is so small, asking what can potentially happen to homes values within a half mile. I have multiple studies that I have included within your packets that you're more than welcome to read, or I could cite, indicating that substantial loss all the way up to 3 miles. So that would potentially include the entire town of Eudora, could potentially lose home market value if a new quarry is added into the immediate zone. I'm concerned when I hear of 90 signatures from potential residents around the surrounding community, and whether or not they are in fact aware of all the second and third order effects that may come against their housing values if they do cite and sign with the Midstate Materials proposal. Commissioners, I'm concerned about our water table. I'm concerned that there have been no independent studies on what can happen to wells within these homes. A significant number of our homes are well water. What will happen if they are then poisoned? Additionally, I'm concerned that we do not have independent studies relating to home values. I myself have been citing the Journal of Environmental Law and Policy relating to land use compatibility and potential property value impacts. But when we see the applicant present bought and paid for realtor letters, it's concerning to me that that has not been done. More concerning to me as well is the last time we met here, the applicant was instructed to work with us, to meet with us, to discuss with us, and that was not done based off your instructions. No opportune time has been set up to meet and discuss our concerns, to be heard. And that is very concerning to me because it does show a blatant disregard to the residents of the immediate area. I am very concerned, especially when I hear that rock is needed and that HAM cannot potentially meet the requirements, even though I do have, including in your packets, written documentation from Scott Brook, the chief aggregate sales manager for HAM, indicating that HAM is fully ready and prepared to ramp up operations to meet any residential, commercial, or government need in the immediate area. More concerning as well is when I contact multiple quarries around the area, including Midstate Materials out of Edgerton and Big Springs, who are willing to transport rock even to my location in my home in Eudora, Kansas. We have rock available. If you go onto the USGS sites, there is significant maps of available limestone for quarry use. Has this been explored? This is a location issue. The location is too close to where we live and where we want to expand. I'm sorry, I can't read the sign. I don't know how much time I have left.
I'll read it for you, Logan. Sorry, it says
Thank
it's time to stop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're moving Lacey Maddock into the panel. Lacey, you can come off mute and provide your public comment.
Hello, my name is Lacey Maddock and my address is 854 East 1600 Road. As a school teacher and a resident of Douglas County, I heard Mid-States has offered to fix up and pave an alternative truck route that will eliminate the gravel trucks on Church Street in Eudora and in front of 2 of the schools. This will help eliminate some of the congestion getting to and from school during those busy times, as well as make it much safer for some of those inexperienced drivers. I support the approval of the new quarry and for a company like this willing to help and make things safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lacey.
We have Chris. Chris, we're going to move you into the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment. Chris? Chris, you need to unmute yourself to provide your public comment.
Let's move on. Chris, if you want to give public comment, you need to come off mute or we're going to move you back and you can raise your hand again.
We don't have any other hands raised.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, do you want to break or you want to keep going? You okay? Keep going. Okay, we provide some opportunity for the applicant to respond. The applicant like a little bit of time here.
I'll be quick.
Thanks.
Commissioner, I do have a better answer on the seismograph. It is independently monitored by a company called Geosonics, and they have they get real-time data from it. And then that machine is calibrated by another company called Vibratech. So those are outside of our hands. So I wanted to make that clear. The other thing I want to make clear is that a lot of talk about how ag land's the important dominant feature here. And this land, when we're done with it, will go back to whatever the landowner wants, which is presumably ag land. You will not use the ag land use of this property. And we've already proven that we can take that land back to even row crops. So I want to make that clear. Oddly enough, coincidentally, we have a beekeeper at Big Springs Quarry where they produce honey. I throw that out there for whatever it's worth. One thing I want to add is that there was testimony about how quarries cause damages and foundation and all kinds of other stuff. I'm going to make an assumption that I know it's actually really a fact. My opponents are some of the smartest people that I go up against in this line of duty. They're very sophisticated, as you can hear by the testimony that they've given you. One thing they do know how to do is how to Google our company. I'm assuming that we've been Googled extensively. We've never been sued for causing damage to anybody. As a matter of fact, I'm hard pressed to even think of a claim made for water table, wells, damage to cars. By the way, all of the Bettis asphalt trucks are tarped when they leave our facilities. So when we talk about in generalities, law firms suing quarries, not us. And if it had been, it would have been brought to you. There was talk about our Edgerton quarry. I will point out that our Edgerton quarry, Johnson County, within the last 5 years, put in Big Bull Park Nature Park immediately to our south. They are an adjoining acre. It's a couple thousand acres nature park with trails and a wedding venue and animals and everything else. It literally adjoins the Edgerton quarry. So one reason Edgerton can't grow is because they're hemmed in by Johnson County Parks and Rec to their entire east side. That entity controls thousands of acres of land. And like I said, a nature park, and we actually fenced it off in Johnson County and Mid-States. We went halvesies on the fence that divides our properties. But with respect to Edgerton, Johnson County saw fit to put in a nature park immediately to the south of our quarry. There's been a straw man argument made that since with our new haul route, we're not going to go past 2 schools, that now we're going to go past the elementary school, which I don't know where that comes from. And Mary actually alluded to it. That's the part where she was talking about we would agree not to travel through Eudora to get north to Tonganoxie or to wherever. I don't know why it's now being alleged that we're going to go past the elementary school. We're not. We don't. That's not where this rock is going. The rock is going east or the rock is going west. It's not going north. So we're not going through the city of Eudora. I want to make that plain. And then again, there's a lot of allegations that we think the change in haul routes addresses. And finally, there's also more than one testified that we have enough rock in the area. Well, with other quarries that are open, the part that argument misses is the word feasibility. Mid-States can haul rock to your house from our Wichita quarry. Absolutely. Is it feasible? No. So if you want to haul rock in from that Olathe quarry or Big Springs quarry, yes, Olathe will do it and we will do it. But is it feasible? And you've heard testimony from people who actually are in the business today, talking about how Ham's Quarry, it's literally right here. They don't want to do business with them. They want to do business with us. So yes, there's rock in DeSoto. Yes, there's rock in Olathe. There's rock in Wichita, but is it feasible? That's what we're really talking about. That's all I have.
Thank you. One quick question for you, Mr. Acker. The Big Springs Quarry is how big?
We control about 2,000 acres.
And from that 2,000 acres, when I look at Google Maps, I don't really see any densely populated areas. There are homes that are near there. They're typically agricultural homes. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay, so like, I'm not seeing anything within a couple. I mean, I'm going to guess you're pretty familiar with that property. How far do you think it is to the largest, multiple housing area from that Big Springs Quarry?
Big Springs is a great site because of the reason that you're saying. We don't have subdivisions next to it. Big Springs itself, an unincorporated burg or area, for lack of a better term, is up on the Highway 40. That's probably the closest. And Highway 40 is a major haul route. That is, Big Springs actually sits in Shawnee and Douglas. We have two CUPs there. We have an asphalt plant there. And so we have two CUPs to live by, but we built a couple mile internal haul route to get from it's 45th Street in Shawnee County. I can't remember the number it is in Douglas County, to go all the way up to Highway 40. And that's the haul route that we use, which obviously goes through the unincorporated area of Big Springs. So yeah, it is a less dense area than this is. I'll totally agree with that. I do, and the reason I didn't show you that appraisal story, because we have 11 houses that adjoin, that touch on that 2,000 acres. We're in a different area, and I got a better subject matter. I have Hesper, which is literally next door. So I thought that was a better study to use than the Big Springs appraisal study.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions for Mr. Eichert? Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioners, at this point, we usually bring it back to us. If we have any other questions, we can ask them now, or we can begin discussion. I want to give Mary just a chance. If you had an answer to my earlier question, Mary. Did we lose Mary?
We'll put her back in the
Okay,
panel.
thanks.
She just raised her hand, so. She did put in the chat that the Ham Eudora CUP has approximately 411 acres. Portions of this cannot be quarried, but it is a total acreage within the CUP. And that's in response to your question,
Great.
Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah.
I found my staff report for the Ham Eudora Quarry, and it has several pieces. It has the Pete Fish portion that's under reclamation, and reclamation was just completed. It has the what used to be called the Nice portion, which is primarily, most of that has already been quarried. It has an expansion to the west, and then it has the new expansion. So overall, it's 409 acres, but out of that, about 114 acres remains to be mined. And Ham Quarry is stopping about midway. If you look at the map, their parcel, they're only going to go about halfway to the west. And then when that's done, they're going to come back, swim in their CUP to see what Eudora is doing at that time. If they haven't grown out to that point, then they're going to try to move further. And there will probably be another 50 acres they could add to it. But right now it's 409 acres with about 114 being mineable.
Thank you, Mary. If you could hang on, I have one more question. I'll try to ask it. Been trying to figure it out here for a while, so if I'm clumsy, I apologize. But in staff's evaluation of the compatibility with the proposed character of the area and the alignment to the comprehensive plan, is Eudora's urban growth area included in Douglas County's Plan 2040?
I don't believe that it is. I believe the urban growth area was created following the adoption of 2040, but it would be seen as part of the unincorporated area. So I don't think Plan 2040, identifies the urban growth area.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Mary?
Commissioner Kelly, I might have something to offer on that. When the Eudora growth area was being identified, that did come to the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission for approval, adoption, or at least knowledge. And Mary, maybe you can help me remember what that process was.
Yes, it went through an interlocal agreement. Eudora had tried years ago to do a urban growth area and create a joint planning commission such as this one, or the one that we have in Douglas County and Lawrence, but they just fell short. So Barack Matee contacted us and he wanted to do the urban growth area. So we worked with him and did an interlocal agreement, which is signed by the Attorney General. It doesn't have a joint planning commission. So it's a little different than the Lawrence urban growth area. And we did take that to the commissions. It came back to the county commission, I think, a few times. Zoning and code staff worked closely with Brock on the limits of the urban growth area. And so once the county commission approved it on the boundaries, then it went to the Attorney General. So that was the process.
Commissioner Kelly, I have a follow-up question to that, but I would have to ask Commissioner Kearns, are you willing to come forward and have a question as a Eudora City Commissioner?
Okay, I got it.
You gotta come up to the
Or
mic
maybe
to
you should just
talk.
ask your question. We can find out who the best person is to answer.
Yeah.
I pick on you because you self-identified as a city commissioner for the city of Eudora. So we've seen the city of Eudora's growth area, urban growth area, and then their tier two, the locations there. And I've been hearing from city staff or from the mayor that there are plans in the works for additional maps or different maps or expanded maps, but we haven't seen any of those. And I'd asked to see if those could come prior to this and haven't. Is there anybody who could speak to that?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to invite other people up here, but we do have some city and planning commissioners here, but I was actually speaking this evening on my own behalf, so I want to make sure I made that clear. I'm not sure
Kevin,
if I could
do you,
invite Kevin, who's our interim.
Okay, I will gladly ask Kevin.
Yeah,
Thank
Kevin
you very
Giroux
much.
is our interim city manager here.
Hi, sorry to pick on you.
No, that's okay.
Do you mind taking that question? I know, I didn't see you there. So there apparently are new maps in the works, but we haven't seen those. What stage are those at and what's driving the change?
Right, so.
Kevin, I need
Kevin,
you
get
right
real
into the
close to that mic.
microphone.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Kevin Giroux, interim city manager. Right, so we had some maps that we presented, I think at the joint planning commission, but they're not official. We had just looked or considered the Panasonic growth and kind of drew up some draft maps. Our planning commission and our city commission have expressed interest in updating a comprehensive plan, and we've reached out to some consultants and gotten a proposal for that, but we're still in the early stages of that process. But they've expressed an interest in doing that quickly, perhaps even before a new city manager has been selected. And our planning consultant is also here that can fill in.
Dave Nopick, planning consultant for the city of Eudora. Just very quickly, what I'll add to Kevin's report is, as part of the presentations, there were also exhibits provided that was a pursuit for the Star Bond district that's in that area. Those have been evolving as they've gone along. I believe the exhibit that was shown either by the quarry representative or maybe by Mary has even aged since what's been looked at, and that's an evolving project that's been going on. So that's been happening. Simultaneously, we've been having those discussions about updating the comp plan. I am not aware of any discussions about updating the urban growth area stuff, though that's part of the interlocal agreement. So if that helps, there's like 3 or 4 different areas.
That
of
does
work.
help.
Okay.
And tell me, what is the time frame of the current comp plan and the time frame for the updated comp plan when that would come into existence?
So the comp plan here was originally adopted, I believe, in 2020. And it's intended to go to 2040. It did not have incorporated in it any of the Panasonic growth or any of those announcements that was prior to all of that. So what Kevin is referring to as far as revised or updated or draft maps that we've been playing with are the anticipated population differences that could occur. So what we've been anticipating is that we will see population growth occurring at a faster rate than was originally projected in the current comprehensive plan, and that it could be significantly more than what we projected. So we're trying to play with those numbers. Unfortunately, right now, none of those are official things. So
Sure. So Panasonic is the variable that is prompting that change, but
that's been a big part of it, because I do know the staff has been receiving calls from developers and property owners that are interested in developing now in response. And most of it has to do with residential type development and commercial development in the area.
okay. So outside of the Panasonic discussion, which is an important discussion, but outside of that, the maps that are the official maps for the urban growth area have been expected to be the timeframe between 2020 and 2040. So growth with the city of Eudora was expected to fit that footprint by 2040.
Correct. So what's happened there, of course, we have the tier 1, tier 2, and then the urban reserve area as part of that growth area. That map was included in the current comprehensive plan. So our current comprehensive plan has the same map that's in the interlocal agreement, plus the land use, the future land use map. And that's where some of the changes might be, as the types of land uses and how much comes into that area. But again, nothing has expanded that urban growth area, because we would want to work through the interlocal agreement to do that at a future date if it's necessary.
Thank you.
Can you confirm one thing for me that was said by the member of the public? The-
Try.
Yeah, and the distance from this proposal to the edge of your urban growth area as it currently is in your comprehensive plan is how far?
So the red line that was on one of the exhibits you saw
Mhm,
is at 2100 Road.
mhm.
So that's the adjacency. So you have that adjacent feature of the boundary is right along 2100 Road, which would be kind of that western boundary of the property in this proposal. Then you have an urban reserve area that was originally projected to be growth beyond about the 2040 period that we think we're going to grow further into. And I believe the tier 2 was somewhere in the range of a quarter mile to a half mile. I don't know that number directly. The quarter mile, I think, seems a little bit close because it's a diagonal, I think, from the closest point of this, but it's relatively that quarter to half mile, probably to the tier 2 area.
And would you say this is within 1 mile of your current tier 1?
I'm trying to think where the city limits is, because tier 1 includes our current city limits, plus kind of infill or adjacent areas that are kind of those tooth areas where the city limits will jog in and out. There's the extension that comes off of the city or off where the schools are that heads to the east. I think
That might be. some
it's hard for
American
me to
Lebanon
confirm
first.
without a map. It's hard for me to confirm. I'd hate to give you that testimony and then say, oh, I'm sorry, I missed it by a significant amount. I don't know if Mary might have access to the property viewer or something like that you could do a quick measurement on, but I don't have that right off.
Thank you. That's fine.
Sorry about
That's a
that.
fine answer. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Mary, did you need some time on that one? I'm sorry, I didn't prepare you for that question.
I'll share my screen real quick here. It's a slide from the presentation, which might be a little helpful. And I know when I did my staff report, I measured the distance. I mean, it is adjacent to the urban reserve, and then it's about a quarter mile to the urban growth area.
Thank you.
And
So,
then
yep.
it was about a mile when I measured diagonally, and that was just me using the GIS. So it could be a little less or a little more. And
Thank you. That's all I needed.
thanks.
So as we enter into this conversation, commissioners, I just want to remind us of the review criteria, because a lot has been said this evening about a number of things which aren't part of our review criteria. And just for the public, I want you to, as we discuss this, there are probably things that you brought up that we're not going to talk about. And part of that is we have very specific rules when it comes to planning items and land use that we need to follow. And so I am going to keep my comments to the compatibility of the proposed use with zoning and land use of nearby properties, the compatibility of proposed use with the character of the area, suitability of subject property for the uses to which has been restricted or for the uses which are proposed, impact on the use of the natural environment, impact on the use of community facilities, the transportation network or utilities in the area, in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Just want us to sort of frame our conversation around that.
And if I may, Commissioner Kelly, I would further frame the conversation that the need for the resource that is there. Now, it may occur in other places, but that is very limited in terms of where this product can come from. I spent a lot of time talking with townships and township trustees, and much of that conversation is about the cost of rock, where it comes from, what the quality is, what's available, and that is a big driver of their budget for townships. Most people who spoke also live within a township and pay township taxes, so that is an impact. Also, Douglas County does build roads. City of Lawrence builds roads. City of Eudora builds roads. Baldwin is also expanding and building roads. And then gravel is an important component for every foundation, every driveway, every sidewalk, every piece of concrete that goes into development. So when we talk about quarries, when we're talking about gravel, we're talking about a product that is absolutely essential, which is why it is spoken of that way within Plan 2040, because kind of recognize that these resources, which gravel being one of them, that has to be close by because of road miles, increased cost, increased turnaround time, but also increase fossil fuel use and pollution. And just if you have to drive a gravel truck twice as far, then you've also had that environmental impact. So it's always hard when we have some of these conversations that have a very deep, very local impact, but also have a broad helping factor for people who are not here to speak for it, the people who do not yet have a home in our community because we have a problem building affordable housing, the people who would like to move to Eudora and plan to move to Eudora when those houses are built. So I recognize where people are coming from and the issues with location that are specific to this project. But I think we have to look at it in the framework of it's not just this is something that we also require with everything we've talked about. So I throw that out there for our context so that we don't lose track of why anybody would be looking at a quarry in the first place for Douglas County.
So I'll go ahead and start first. Every time we look at a CUP, we're looking to balance the impacts of the requested use upon the community. And I really do appreciate the applicant trying to find ways to mitigate that impact. That said, there are some things that I'm not comfortable with on this request, specifically the compatibility of the proposed area with nearby properties. There is a significant residential development catty corner to this. And I think that's different than what was when the Ham property was developed. There was no such significant residential property developed there. And so I struggle with staff's discussion of that, because I do think there is, and staff's discussion really in their recommendation, they said it was agriculture and some nearby residential land uses. I think that that it's bigger than that, that's a more denser populated area, a more denser developed area, just catty corner. So that's the first issue that I'm having with this request.
This is Commissioner Reed. I tend to agree, and I think that's it's sort of what everything comes back to for me, and why I think this application and consideration of this application is different than the expansion of the Ham Quarry that was most recently approved by this commission, as well as the original development of that. And I think something that stands out for me too, that I kind of circle back to throughout reading this, throughout conversations with folks in recent days and weeks, is that there may be an argument to be made that there's a need for the material, and the more local or the closer the material, the better, for a variety of reasons. However, I don't think in this application or in the staff report that we have been presented with, I don't feel that there has been enough evidence presented to that there is a current imminent need for the material to be able to move ahead with the various development that has been discussed and that our community is sort of looking at and facing. I just don't see that there has been enough evidence of this at this point in time to justify the compounding impacts of two quarries right next to each other in the same area, with an increased impact on those residential properties that are particularly close, as was just pointed out.
I think that's one of the things that I've struggled with also is we don't have the data for what the need is. And we don't, usually we allow, industry works on its own kind of demand and evaluates that for themselves. They don't have to necessarily come through us for that. So the fact that somebody is wanting that land use is usually something that we say there's likely a commercial value for that land use. But I don't have the data. I don't have a good feel for what are the needs in our upcoming future across the Douglas County, because this rock does not come just from Eudora. It doesn't serve just Eudora, but it also comes from other counties, comes from nearby. But it's a product that Lawrence is going to need, the rural areas will need, Eudora will need. There are difficulties with this particular location. It is very close and very impactful to not just Hesper and the community of Hesper, but also Eudora and its future plans. So I'm struggling with this particular location. I also wonder what quarry would be acceptable. I mean, a new quarry is a very hard thing to come by. Will we ever have another one in Douglas County? I want to make sure that the conversation also leaves that door open. If we do say no to this quarry, that there is still an option that Douglas County could support a quarry, because there comes a time when we do need it. Whether that time is now, I don't know, because we don't have that data. But that is of concern to me. If a quarry is expected to impact anybody, can it occur anywhere within Douglas County, or any county for that matter? So I'm not sure how far the rabbit trail goes, and I'd like for other commissioners to weigh in.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Eichert responding to my questions about the Big Springs Quarry. I think there's a good example of if we can find space, and I know rock is hard to find, and I'm not an expert in finding rocks, despite what my mother said when I went to the beach as a kid. But I think that is a great example of a good quarry. It's a very large quarry. It's in a rural. Most of the homes, there's just not many homes near that. There's not a lot of developed space, and I think in those I do understand those people who live in the agriculture space and that, but I think a quarry could exist in some of those. We have good examples of that in our community. So while I understand the concern, for me on this one, it's just too close to some significantly developed areas.
And I agree with that. I also want to know how many houses would be few enough? I mean, if it impacts one person's home, one person's residence, if we've decided that as a body, we think there's something that can't be lived near, how do we put that burden then on 1 or 2 or 11 homes?
I think the other issue that jumps out to me, the other review criteria is the proposed use with the character of the area. The staff report says the review of the area is typically defined as approximately a 1 mile area surrounding the subject property. So in reading that, I would think that that would include what Eudora has already identified as their urban growth area. They expect to expand residentially into this area. While I understand Mr. Eichert claims that in other communities such as Olathe and St. Louis that they will build around quarries. I will tell you, Douglas County is not Johnson County, and Douglas County is not St. Louis. And so there is a specific character that we expect in our area. And I just don't see how close this is to their urban growth area that this proposal matches that.
Yeah, good point, Commissioner Kelly. And I think that is an important piece of this decision to me and in my mind. And it's especially as a District 2 representative, and everybody who spoke this evening is, constituent in my district. And I've had the opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with folks recently and email exchanges and City of Eudora officials over time. And I take it seriously that that I have heard overwhelming support for denial of this project, given the totality of circumstances, really, and that the redundant denials from both the Eudora Planning Commission as well as our joint Douglas County Lawrence Planning Commission, as well as the outreach just from private residents, the school district, the City of Eudora itself, that speaks volumes to me and has a big impact on my decision that this is not the right project in the right place at the right time. Frankly, is what I think that everything we've heard equals for me. And just to reiterate that I don't think that the potential need, of which we don't have really any real data of, justifies the compounding impacts. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to deny conditional use permit CUP 22-00320 for a mining, excavation and or extraction of natural resources at 1174 East 2300 Road.
I'll go ahead and second that. And before we vote, I just want to make sure if there's any more discussion or comments.
I agree we're moving towards the denial. I also want to see if there are any other thoughts on how we give future quarry operators at the time when we decide that is needed, some guidance about what might be acceptable. That I think would be valuable. I think that's part of what we as a body do, is give guidance to what could happen in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Willie, but I'm hesitant to do that. I think that's where our comprehensive plan can point that out. And I think each project is very individual and particular, depending on where it's located, what's around it, what are the natural resources. And that's part of an applicant's job, is to look at a possible site, visit with staff to talk about, does it align with our regulations? Does it meet what that is? And then there is this conversation that needs to happen across the community. That's why it goes to the Planning Commission for a very deep dive and then comes here. And so while I know they would love some more clarity on that, I'm fine with a little uncertainty and using our comprehensive plan and our regulations as a guide.
I would agree with that. So I'll just renew my motion to deny this conditional use permit.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We're gonna, please. The county commission is going to take a brief break. We will come back here at 8:50. Douglas County Commission meeting started again. Sounds like you're having great time visiting with each other, but we have some business to do. So our next item is a zoning and code item for ZTBU 2023-005, ZTBU 2023-006, ZTBU 2023-007, and ZTBU 2023-008, which is a temporary business use permit request from William Wilkins of Next Area Energy Resources LLC for the West Gardner Solar LLC to allow utility scale solar related testing activity. And folks, if you want to visit, that's fine. I just ask that you go out in the hallway. We have business to conduct and we need to get that done.
Commissioners, I'm moving Carl Bauer into the panel
Thank you.
and he's going to give us the presentation. Carl, that's a.
Gentlemen, there we go. Thank you. Hi, Carl. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, commissioners. So tonight we're considering four TBU. Tonight we're considering four TBU applications, ZTBU 2023-000, 5, 6, 7, and 8. These are temporary business use requests from William Wilkins of NextEra Energy Resources for West Gardner Solar LLC to allow utility scale solar related testing activity. So back in December, the Zoning and Codes Office received a couple complaints that made us aware of some metal beams being driven into the ground in southeastern Douglas County. And some of this activity was allegedly occurring as late as 10:30 p.m. Code enforcement reached out to the applicant who confirmed that they and a engineering consulting firm, Terracon, were conducting geotechnical surveys in order to map the area and gain data that they would need in order to submit a conditional use permit application for a utility scale solar operation. These tests are a requisite in order to design the foundations of solar panel arrays, and that's why these tests are being undertaken. Code enforcement informed the applicant that a temporary business use permit would be required for this activity, and we asked them to stop, which they did. Now they're coming back with these applications in order to continue and complete the activity. The applicant is requesting to complete this activity within a 60-day window between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. from Monday to Friday. The testing will include boring, electrical resistivity tests, and pile load tests. The boring and test pile installation do generate sound. And this request is being processed as 4 permits on a per section basis. That's based on advice we received from the county council. We weren't going to process these as 7 permits because this is on 7 separate properties. They advised us that we could process them as clusters, and it worked out that way that they were each in a separate section. So to give you an idea of where these 4 sections are located, here we have a map of the whole county, and I have highlighted here these 4 sections along Johnson County line in Palmyra Township. And then to give you a closer idea, I have north on the left side of the screen here. This is in section 15, section 22, section 27, and section 34. On the north side, this is North 700 Road. On the south side, this is North 300 Road. This is E2400 or County Line Road, and this is E2300 Road. The areas of testing I have marked roughly in the circles here. So each of these circles is being considered as a separate permit. And should you approve the request, we will issue 4 separate permits for these. This is on 7 separate properties, and I have the landowners who are involved on the remaining testing listed here. And then these are the maps that the applicant provided, 1 map per section. So each of these points right here indicates a location where there's a remaining test to be completed. So the Bs on the map represent boring, the ER represents electrical resistivity, and PLT represents pile load testing. So I'll scroll through these. This is section 22, section 27, and section 34. All of the properties involved are zoned Ag 1, and all of these properties are used for agricultural purposes. Most of the properties are not developed with any structures, but some do have agricultural buildings, and 2 of them are developed with houses. One of those houses appears to be lived in, the other does not. The project area is within 3 miles of the city of Edgerton. I did reach out to the city of Edgerton to seek comment. I heard back from their development services director, and he just asked for some additional information and let us know that this is within or near their future growth area. I also reached out to Johnson County's planning office, but did not hear anything from them. Much of the area within the project area is overlain with soils classified as prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance. And there is some floodplain, there are some wetlands in this area, but it doesn't appear that any of the remaining tests are located within the floodplain or are impacting any of the wetlands. This area also has a TBU that was approved in 2021 for a solar meteorological station. That meteorological station is still in place, and I just went out there yesterday and took that picture. That temporary business use permit expires in 2024. So in review, looking at the various criteria, is there an adverse impact on the natural environment? With this application, there's not a formal environmental review. The formal environmental review for a utility scale solar operation will come with the conditional use permit application. When we're looking at these applications specifically, we're only considering the testing. So looking at adverse impacts to the natural environment, this is a temporary operation. There aren't any permanent structures being erected at this time. As far as detrimental effect on nearby properties, there are 2 impacts that we're aware of. The first of those is sound. This testing activity does generate sound. The activities will be limited to normal working hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday in an effort to mitigate this. Staff is also recommending a condition requiring the applicant to give us 24 hours notice before they start this testing, so we know when this is happening. So when residents start to call us, we'll be able to say what's happening and where. Staff is also aware of archaeological resources in the area. According to Dr. Nick Pumphrey of the Heritage Conservation Council, Palmyra Township is one of the least surveyed areas for archaeological sites in Douglas County. And he also said that since there are numerous streams within this project area, it's highly likely that there are some Native American sites within this area. Additionally, the Santa Fe Trail went just south of this project area within a few yards, really. I'll show you a picture shortly. So staff is also recommending a condition that requires the applicant to stop work if any artifacts are found, and then report that to the Heritage Conservation Council, who would serve as a liaison to any other agencies that need to be notified. And then once they assess the situation, work could start back up again. And one other thing I wanted to acknowledge is that the applicant has said that they conduct their own tribal and cultural survey. The applicant is here tonight, and he'll be able to discuss that more. As far as a public gain, again, the only thing being considered with this application is continuing this testing activity. Approval of the request will facilitate the applicant's assessment of solar energy as a developable resource within Douglas County. Approval of these temporary business use permits does not guarantee the future approval of any conditional use permit for a utility scale solar operation, and there is no substantial gain or loss to the public resulting from the approval of this request. As far as public services availability, we're not anticipating any substantial increase in traffic as a result of this request, specifically because this is a temporary operation and short in duration. And as far as compatibility with surrounding land uses are primarily agricultural with some scattered residents, but some other land uses within the 4 sections and in the immediately surrounding area include a cemetery, church, private airstrip, dog groomer, event center, plant nursery, and winery. And the recommended conditions of approval further serve to mitigate any incompatibilities with those land uses. Again, these applications are being processed as temporary business uses. Temporary business uses come directly to you. They don't require any consideration by the Planning Commission. The zoning code requires that notification be sent out to property owners within 1/2 mile at least 10 days in advance of the public hearing. We sent out a total of 156 letters on March 10th, 126 of them to Douglas County property owners and 30 to Johnson County property owners. Again, we routed this to affected county, city, and state agencies, as well as public utilities. We heard back from the city of Edgerton, who just requested additional information and let us know that this is near their growth area. And the Heritage Conservation Council let us know about potential archaeological resources in the area. We also got phone calls and emails from several of the rural landowners who live in the area asking about tonight's hearing and requesting some additional information on the application. We also received several phone calls from residents in the area asking if NextEra or any other company could conduct this type of testing without their permission on their land, and we advised them that they could not. In order to file a temporary business use application with our office, we need a owner authorization form from whoever owns that property, allowing a company to file an application to do activity on that property. We do have owner authorization forms on file from all 7 of these property owners. So as I said, I went out to the properties yesterday. This is looking at the Knoche and Breckheisen properties north from N600 Road. This is west of 2400 Road. You see the solar meteorological station in this picture as well. This is looking south from N600 Road, just west of E2400 Road. This is the Kanabe property. This is looking east from E2300 Road, north of N500 Road. This is another Knoche family property. This is looking east from E2300 Road, south of N500 Road at the Johnson property. Looking south from N500 Road, west of E2400 Road at the Breckheisen property. And looking west from E2400 Road, south of N500 Road at the Dwyer property. And then one final picture to show you just south of this area. This is on E2400 or County Line Road, looking north, just south of that project area. So N300 Road doesn't come through all the way here, but it does continue into Johnson County where it's called West 191st Street. That intersection is right about here. So the section where the project is involved starts right about here. This house is on one of the subject properties. So the testing location is just behind those trees. So just to give you an idea of how close the Santa Fe Trail was. So with that, staff is recommending approval of these temporary business use permits with the following conditions: making sure that this request is for testing activity only, making sure that no external lighting is being approved as part of this request, that the testing activity is limited to 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, that any archaeological impact artifacts found work be stopped and the Heritage Conservation Council be notified. The applicant shall notify zoning codes 24 hours before testing activity begins. The applicant needs to obtain insurance for the property. to satisfy a requirement in the zoning code, and then proof of that insurance needs to be submitted to our office. If there's any change in the property owner, applicant, or their designee's contact information, they need to let us know about that. And then finally, all applicable rules and regulations shall be continually followed. And with that, I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is in the audience.
Thank you, Carl. Commissioners, any questions for Carl?
Yes, this is Commissioner Reed. Carl, two things I wanted to ask about the application and the staff report. So one of the conditions you just read was about, oh my gosh, just lost my note. The contact info for any new property owner, applicant, or designee be provided within 30 days. And in this case, we're talking about a temporary business use that staff is recommending for less than 60 days. The reason I bring this up is because there is another part of the staff report that specifically talks about a temporary business use permit is assigned to the applicant making the request, and it is not assignable to another party without the commission's consent. So I'm trying to just map that out, that sort of hypothetical situation, which seems not very likely in the short time frame. But if we just play out that there were a new owner or applicant or designee, what could that happen before, could this temporary business unit or use permit, if approved, be transferred to a new owner before getting consent from us? Because that's what stuck out to me about the report, but it feels a little contradictory to one of the conditions applied by staff.
That's a standard condition we ask to include on a lot of these types of applications. So if there is some kind of issue, we can contact the applicant. So if there was some kind of issue, we'd be able to go out there. That's really why that condition is in there.
Okay. I might come back to that later, but I'm just gonna let it percolate a little bit. I'm also curious, and I was just trying to find it, but I'm going to stop scrolling and just sort of do memory recall. I believe that there was a comment from the applicant in in this application about, in order to finish the work that they started prior to having to talk with our zoning and codes based on that complaint of a neighbor. They say that they need 3 weeks to complete the work. Staff is recommending basically a 60-day timeframe. Can you help me understand why that
Sure.
discrepancy?
So we didn't know exactly when they were going to start. And on their application, they indicated that they wanted a 60-day window to be able to do it. We just learned that they would like to restart work on April 3rd. So we're requesting that, or recommending approval for a 60-day period. So it's flexible for when they can do that. And then we have that condition in there that they let us know 24 hours before they begin.
Okay, thanks. I have questions for the applicant, but want to give room to commissioners for staff questions.
Carl, my question is about the archaeological survey. Have we done that with other projects? Where we say you need to stop if you find something. I'm assuming that we don't have HCC staff or any zoning and code staff sitting there watching them do this, right? Do we have any other, is that a consistent practice that we've done?
Because this covers such a large area, that's something that we are definitely concerned about. And when we sent this application out to external agencies for comment, we made sure we included the Heritage Conservation Council to get that information. I'm not sure what's been done before my time for archaeological impacts, but it's something that we are definitely concerned about. Our office is having a meeting in a couple of weeks with some local archaeologists to better determine how we can take their expertise and apply it to these types of applications.
Okay, I might have some questions for the applicant when we get there. Thanks.
So Carl, I do have a question, and also concerning the archaeological material, if there. So I know that that is one of the data sets that is available for Douglas County, but not available to very many people because of the sensitivity of that data. However, is there a review process for this and other kinds of land use projects where it goes through that filter with someone, even if that we're not allowed to see that data? I'm not sure that you are. I think it's just with the Heritage Conservation Council. But is that an ongoing kind of lens that gets put on land use projects, not just this one?
We are starting to do that more often, and we have that meeting coming up where we're going to be speaking with some archaeologists. I don't get to see that data because of course it is so sensitive. I don't know what's around this area specifically, but in this meeting we have coming up, we're hoping to gain some of their expertise and how we can better process these applications in the future to make sure these sites aren't disturbed.
You also mentioned this being a fairly large area, but the footprint of the testing is actually pretty small within each of those parcels. Is that right? That's kind of what I
Yes.
was reading in terms of the actual request. Those are fairly small
That's
impacts
correct.
Geographically. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll ask the applicant to come make a short statement.
Good evening. I'll try to follow your directions to keep it short, but I'm William Wilkins with NextEra Energy. I'm also accompanied by Alan Anderson from Polsinelli Law Firm, as well as Kevin Fredericks he's the project engineer with Terracon, who's in charge of the survey process. And on Zoom, we have Ron Burris, who's our senior project manager for tribal and indigenous relations for NextEra. So if there's any additional questions, I am going to cover a little bit of how we conduct tribal and cultural surveys, but there may be additional questions that he'll be available to answer. Understanding that this all has to do with the project that we're developing, I wanted to provide a brief update on that project and then talk to some specific items. Carl did a great job of covering really a lot of the specifics, but wanted to provide some additional context. So as far as West Gardner Solar, our focus since the regulations were drafted late last summer has really been on survey work to finalize the design for the project, to determine whether or not we have a project that is feasible. The geotech survey is just one example of many surveys that we're conducting, including Alta and boundary surveys, tribal and cultural surveys, and is a laundry list of surveys that go into the project design. We're also developing additional required plans, such as our agrivoltaics plan, seeking out partnerships with some academic institutions. So that's a significant lift for us, as well as conducting local outreach to residents. We've sent mailers to landowners in the project area and have met with those who've responded. We'll continue to do that over the next few months. We've partnered with the Climate and Energy Project to conduct educational sessions, both in Johnson County and in Douglas County. And we're planning to hold open houses in the coming months in preparation if we're able to design a project that works for a CEP application submission later this year. First, in reference to the temporary business use permit, to address the comments by the Heritage Conservation Council, understand the concerns. We employ a very unique voluntary approach to collaborating with indigenous tribes that may have ancestral ties to one of our project locations. As part of that approach, our tribal relations team reaches out to any tribe we believe may have an ancestral connection or interest in a proposed project location as early as possible. And we also invite the Tribal Historic Preservation Office or the equivalent to assist us in the identification of sensitive indigenous sites. Specifically for this site, we actually reached out to 34 tribes with ancestral ties and other interests in the project area. Of those 34 tribes, 3 responded with interest and requested to be involved in survey efforts. The tribes requested to survey the areas within the project boundary that were determined to be the highest probability areas for cultural and tribal resources. And these areas were surveyed in 2021 with no sites identified. Now, we plan on conducting additional surveys once the project design is finalized. And again, in accordance with the directive from the staff, for any geotech work, we will stop work if a site or if any artifacts are found. And again, tribal SME is on from NextEra if there are any additional questions. Specific to the TBU permit and the geotech work, for numerous projects, we work throughout the state and have done so for the last 2 decades. So we're very sensitive to minimizing disturbances and annoyances where we work. For the geotech survey in particular, the duration and intensity of sound that will be heard during this limited time period is minimal. During the time period when the surveys are conducted, there will be less than an hour of sound emitted outside of engines that are otherwise also common in this area and in most areas. For the remaining 6 soil bores, each takes about 1 to 5 minutes. So total time remaining for specifically soil boring, maximum is 30 minutes for all 6. And soil boring, as Carl discussed, that information is gathered to help design future foundations, determine size, depth. The holes are generally 6 inches in diameter and are backfilled with compacted soil cuttings when complete. For the test pile installations, each installation takes between 1 to 4 minutes. The total time remaining for the entire testing at the highest point is approximately 20 minutes. And for pile removal, the only sound is the engine of the excavator, and it takes about 1 to 2 hours to remove each pile. And pile load testing, the purpose of that is to provide additional information that will be used to design future foundations. And just for clarity, there are no concrete foundations for solar facilities. They're all piles driven into the soil on the land. And then finally, for the field resistivity testing, this is a silent activity, and there are 5 sites remaining. Each test could take between 1 to 2 hours, and the soil resistivity testing is the process of measuring a volume of soil to determine the conductivity of that soil. And specifically, it's one of the most critical factors in the electrical grounding design. Again, we will only be working during daylight hours between the hours of 8 and 5 p.m. And no residents of Douglas County will have a serious interference with their reasonable use of their property. Subject to any questions you have, that concludes my comments.
Questions, commissioners?
Yes, as Commissioner Reed, my first question, and I just want to make sure I heard you right, so I'm sorry to make you repeat yourself. Just want to make sure I'm clear. Appreciate the explanation about the work the company does around tribal and ancestral lands and identifying artifacts. You said that you've already done that work for these sites. You've already contacted the 34 tribes that you identified that have ancestral connections to this land, heard back from 3 tribes about participation and next steps. Do you have any, well, first of all, I'm curious when you did that, and when you did that in relationship to when you had Terracon begin the work. And then my second question about that is that in some sort of report or summary of format that can be provided to the county about that research and work that's already been done?
Yes, so the initial survey was done in 2021.
Okay.
So it was conducted and the 3 tribes participated, and we can provide a summary report for the county.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, Can you help us understand why you began doing the work before you came to county zoning and codes to ask questions about permitting processes or to apply for a permit?
Honestly, we didn't know that this would require a temporary business use permit. We didn't see it deemed necessary to apply for a temporary business use permit.
Now that you are aware that that's a requirement here in Douglas County, can you, certainly we're not the only community that you are citing in and exploring the development of potential projects in, or even the only state. So I'm just curious how that compares from your perspective and your experience to other places where you've done this same activity. To be completely candid with you, I find it a little hard to believe that that hasn't been a requirement elsewhere, but maybe it hasn't been. And I think it's an important question, and people want to understand why such activity was happening without zoning and codes and county level involvement from the get-go.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think just my professional experience, I've developed through this portion, at least of the development cycle, 5 or 6, both wind and solar projects with geotech work surveys having to be done. And this is the first time that we've had to apply for any type of temporary business use permit across all those projects. I think Alan has probably a bigger pool to talk to and can probably provide a broader perspective of what he's seen across the entire state.
Yeah, the same. I've worked on most 43, and this is the first one where we've had this situation. And even in this case, it wasn't clear that it was necessary in the sense that there's not a direct item on point. And so even when we had the conversation, it came from someone who raised the concern. There was even a discussion whether it was still necessary. So it wasn't a clear black and white on this. So we appreciated that, it's a good chance to work with staff, work through that and make sure we do it. But, because of the nature of the work on the land, the short time frame, in most cases, there's not a permit that's required. So it is unusual, but that's okay.
Can you restate for me how many more test pile sites you have?
Yes. So specific to the pile test, we have five remaining.
So you have 6 soil boring sites, 5 pile sites, and then 5 sites for, I can't say this word, restivity. So we have 6, 5, and 5. Did I correct that correctly? So in all, there's 16 more sites that you have to do.
That's correct.
Right. Describe to me the impacts if we worked with the HCCC to find a time to come survey those sites for cultural and archaeological sites. Would that be a tremendous impact on the work that you do?
Definitely depends on how long that would take.
Mm-hmm.
It would impact our schedule. We're already now 2 months behind schedule,
Mm-hmm.
and the geotech surveys are a critical part of the design. It would be significant.
Okay.
Perhaps we can provide the report, and maybe that will shed a little bit of light of what was surveyed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think one of the things that I'm trying to establish is some trust here between NextEra Energy as a company and the community. I understand that in the past, you haven't had to do a temporary business use permit in other places. I believe that is true. However, I think it would be in NextEra's best, if we were to grant this TVU, I think it would be in NextEra's best best practices, best efforts to try to create a sense of trust. And a report that you all have done may be questioned by the community. And so I'm looking for sort of another party that may do that survey work. I'm not sure that's what we're going to do, but I just wanted to understand from your perspective, how limiting that would be. Go ahead.
This Commissioner Reed, I just want to piggyback off the numbers question that you asked Commissioner Kelly, because now I'm a little confused about that, to be honest, because in the application on the last page, or I guess it's not quite the last page, but just about towards the end of the comments from the applicant, it talks about 11 total pile load tests required, 7 that have already been installed before the work ceased. And then 4 piles remain to be installed and then tested and removed. So can you help me understand where I suppose it's in that other, the word that I also have a hard time pronouncing and don't have right in front of me. Yeah, resistivity to maybe that's I guess I'm just confused about the numbers, because now that I'm scrolling back up and I see this geotechnical survey work, it is a different number of sites. And maybe that other comment was only specific to the pilings and the boreholes.
Is there something that we can look at to help?
Have Carl pull it up. Thank you, Carl. And I guess, I mean, I'm interested in your answer, Mr. Wilkins, but I'm primarily interested in what staff's understanding is about the number of sites, both the number of sites that have already occurred and have had ground disturbed and work done and maybe at various levels of completion, and the amount that the additional amount that they are asking to do.
Ending that the testing is mostly complete. The majority of which has been done already. We didn't assign a specific number of tests remaining as a condition with this TBU because we know that number has changed and we wanted to allow for some flexibility.
That 7 is wrong. So just frankly, that's the wrong number. There's 5 remaining for the electrical resistivity test.
And the 2 bottom numbers go together. Is that right? The 5 and the 5? That's the way
Correct.
I read that.
Correct.
There's
Installation.
5 sites.
Installation and then removal.
So that gives me some clarity.
I have one more question and then I think we'll move to public comment. We talked about the change in property owner, applicant, and designee contacts submitted to the zoning and codes office within 30 days. This is a very short window that we're talking about. I'd love to hear your response if we just said, if there's any change in property owner, applicant, or designee contact information, this TBU is null and void, right? Because we don't have enough time to get it back here and turn it around. Does that concern you if we were to add that condition?
I'm not aware of any pending property owner changes.
Okay.
It doesn't concern me at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We may have some further questions and you'll have a chance to respond after we take public comment.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to public comment on this item. We have a lot of public comment, so be ready when I call your name. You can even queue up. That might be helpful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the first 3 on here. If they'll be ready to go, once we get with those, I'll go on to the next group. So remember, you have 3 minutes. Keep an eye on Sarah with her magic yellow signs there. We do things old school here in the county. And so the first person is Byron Wiley. Thank you. Then we're going to hear from Alan Anglin and then Robert Enright. Don't forget to state your name and address.
Byron Wiley, 645 Main here in Lawrence. I just have a long view perspective on all of this. I'm disappointed and saddened by our civilization's blindness, not having the capacity to recognize the consequences of limitless consumption of fossil energy and the extraction of non-renewable raw materials. Renewable energy systems, what we're talking about here, all rely on the dense energy that only fossil fuel can provide for mining, manufacturing, refining, transportation, and recycling of that equipment. Renewables do not self-replicate and never will. Renewables are not a perpetual motion machine. Take a look beyond the confines of your local familiar world and observe the permanent scars left on the planet from the drilling and the mining to keep up with our ever-increasing consumptive appetite. Observe how those areas are locally affected. The energy and resource life cycle for industrial renewable energy equipment has consequences. The gain is only a flash in the pan. An industrial renewable energy facility has a relatively short lifespan. You've heard that earlier when this was all going through the process. So then what? When do we put the brakes on the assault to our rural and wild landscapes? Where's your food going to come from as more of our finite farmland is gobbled up for more resource wasting? Problems are not solved by allowing and doing more of what is causing the problems. This is not sustainable. So why would you allow just one more thing that will contribute to the additive consequences? Aldo Leopold, one of our America's great conservationists, wrote, "A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise." Thank you.
Ellen, then Robert.
Alan England, 17090 Evening Star Road, Edgerton. My topic is home valuation. Over the course of the last couple of years, opponents of placing industrial scale solar in and around residents have expressed concerns over decreases in home values. We've cited studies by the University of Texas, University of Rhode Island, and independent appraisers. Solar industry representatives assert there are no negative impacts, and often cite appraisals done by Cohen & Resnick, a firm whose customers are utility scale solar and wind developers and operators. Who is right? To get a better understanding of this issue, the Department of Energy Solar Energy Technologies Office commissioned a study by Berkeley Labs, who is associated with the University of California, Berkeley. That's about as pro-solar as you can get without being in the renewable industry. On March 22nd of last week, Berkeley Labs released their study. They researched over 1.8 million home sales across 1,500 utility scale solar facilities in 6 states: California, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, and North Carolina. Median utility scale solar facility was 20 acres. That's right, just 20 acres. Their findings were significant declines in home sale prices existed in Minnesota, North Carolina, and New Jersey. Projects built on previous agricultural land and in rural settings had the greatest loss in house prices, with the key factors being the size of the facility and proximity to the facility. Adverse impacts fade at distances greater than 1 mile. The rural difference for homes that were less than a half mile was 7%. And again, large was defined as greater than 12 acres in this case. The facility that's proposed by NextEra is monstrous in comparison. It's 3,200 acres over approximately 4 miles. 4 miles long, 2.5 miles wide when you consider that it extends over into Johnson County. Here in Douglas County, there are 7 landowners who stand to benefit and one energy company. There are over 100 homes within a mile of this proposed facility who stand to lose. In a facility of 3,200 acres, some residents will be turned into islands of green in a sea of black glass. You as a commission should take measures to protect the citizens that stand to lose by rejecting this proposal. Thank you.
After Robert, we'll have John Frankie, Dalton Glasscock, and David Alvarez.
My name is Robert Enright. I go by Bo. I live at 2335 North 400 Road. And I didn't bring any lawyers. I just brought all my friends and neighbors who don't want this at their house and to look out their backyard and see it either. So I'm just asking you, I mean, this might be just the beginning. We don't need their foot in the door. I'd like to ask a question. If I was a resident and I was going to build a house, if I started on the foundation before I had the right permit, I think that would increase you of maybe not letting me have that permit later on. Another thing I'd like to say is once they get all of those solar panels up there, it's going to require something to keep all the weeds and the debris. Not only are they going to knock the trees down, we're going to have to keep the weeds down, which means more sprays and things like that. Well, my family owns Enright Gardens and we raise lots of bedding plants. So some of you have been, and it's for our gardens. We're going to eat out of those things. Our kids are going to eat out of there. One of our customers doesn't live in that area, but we start all of his bedding plants and plants that he puts in his garden, and then he sells those to some of the local school districts. So we don't need those pesticides and extra chemicals feeding our kids. And then not only we have that, we have all of our wells that we use in the greenhouse and that we're drinking and our kids are drinking, you know, that all that pesticides and all the chemicals are all going to come through there and can contaminate our water. Back in 1985, Enright Gardens, we were watering and we had some contamination with some Tordon that got into our water and it killed everything in the greenhouse. So, I mean, it can happen just that fast. And you can lose, we don't want anyone else to get sick either by having plants that we might have grown. So I'm just asking you not to let them get started. I mean, my property comes right up to where this would be. So you wouldn't want it in your backyard or front yard. Please don't ask us to put it in ours.
Hey, John.
John Frankie, 2222 North 600 Road, Eudora. We bought our 5-acre farm, Glow Farms, in 2019 and subsequently an adjoining 100 acres in 2020. Upon both purchases, we, as well as our realtors, were unaware that NextEra had already been in securing lease agreements in the area of large tracts of land near these properties. You talked about trust. I don't trust them, okay? The commissioners, this is quite concerning to me, and I still see a lot of development, housing going up in the area. And I'm just wondering, do these people know what could possibly coming down the pipe between wind turbines and utility solar? And well, we don't have to talk about the mining now, so thank you. So I think we really need as a county to work on that. So your constituents are aware of what's going on. When we bought the property, we selected Douglas County to make our home. And we did that based on the rural character that we moved to, the small towns nearby, the habitat for our bees. I'm a beekeeper. Lawrence being a short drive, I very seldom go to Johnson County anymore. And upon a review of the county's, the master plan, comprehensive 2040, that convinced me that this county took a strong look at development, future, and how they wanted their county to go. Johnson County didn't do that, or if they did, they turned a blind eye to it. And in my opinion, they sold out to any solar company that wants to move into their area. That's my opinion. One thing I just want to quote, and I'm probably about out of time, and that's directly out of the plan 2040. Agricultural uses should continue to be predominant land use within the areas of the county beyond the designated urban growth service areas. Uses permitted in the rural area should continue to be limited to those which are compatible with agricultural production and uses. Uses which allow farmers to sell directly to the consumers, such as seasonal farm stands, pick your own farm operations, provide flexibility and incentives to retain agricultural land and production. Residential development should be limited in these areas so that new development does not unnecessarily remove productive land from agricultural use. It doesn't specifically talk about utility solar scale projects, and I am a pro solar person.
I have a greenhouse. I believe in passive solar, and if I can ever afford it, I'm going to get some panels in my backyard. But that's another story. I just ask that you strongly consider this. Whether it's passed or not, at the end of the day, it's not going to make a bit of difference, but it's one step closer to what I think could be inedible. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dalton Glasscock, and I'm here today on behalf of landowners who are members of Heartland area landowners. HALO is made up of members who are passionate about their land, our world, and shepherding the resources that feed America and power its economy. Tonight, I was here originally to speak predominantly about the TBU, but given the general statements, I'll be speaking generally about renewable development and the project as a whole. As landowners, we encourage this body to simply allow American democracy and the property rights that come with our system of government to guide your decision. Each property owner has the right to use and explore the use of his or her own property as they see fit. Many have already entered into contracts to harvest the wind or sun, and this body should not engage in any type of decisions that would curtail those rights. Kansas and Douglas County in particular are innovators and status quo breakers. We also have a history of capitalizing and utilizing the resources that we have been given. Your climate action plan found on Douglas County Sustainability Office actually answers this direct question. I'll read two different quotes that are from your own website. To be honest, I also feel kind of hopeless about our prospects of redirecting the path that we seem to be on and trying to create a better future, although I try to not be overwhelmed by that feeling. I just think how society needs to be radically overhauled and how much resistance there is to that from governments. And that makes me think about how this climate crisis will cause more and more natural disasters and other emergencies and how marginalized people will suffer the most. HALO and our landowners are being responsive to the request of Douglas County to address these issues. And we don't want a day that Douglas County isn't seen as a leader on climate issues and also renewable development. Kansas has cemented a well-deserved reputation as a clean energy producer, and no doubt it'll continue to be a leader in helping America achieve energy independence. And we can make sure that Douglas County is part of our nation's clean energy future while protecting the rights of landowners. In addition, I'll read another quote from the Climate Action Plan from Douglas County Sustainability Office. Quote, one important way that the city can address climate change is by updating its building and residential codes, addressing energy efficiency improvements so we burn less fossil fuel, he said, adding that the city is looking at going to renewable energy and that they've already passed the resolution and we hope that we pursue that. Quote, I would love for the city to look more into solar energy, end quote. In addition, this is my first time speaking for this body, but I guarantee you this will not be my last as we continue to make decisions regarding renewable development. HALO wants to be a resource to you all, to landowners as well, and to be able to hear from landowners across this county. And it's conversations like this and courthouses like this across the country that we can be the solution to clean energy and renewable development. So thank you so much.
David, and after David, it's going to be Karina Schmittendorf, Jane Noki, and Allison Thomas.
David Alvarez. I live at 584 East 2300 Road. This is a project that is planning on covering over 4.5 square miles of land. And that's the land that NextEra can use, meaning the other land connected to these parcels is either a residence, forested, or in a floodplain. It needs to be looked at from start to finish, from the testing stage to decommissioning. And the processes you approve need to be understood by all commissioners and the zoning and codes enforcement of Douglas County. If not, how could you approve this TBU and enforce our codes? As recent as a week ago, my questions could not be answered by Mr. Bauer of our zoning and codes department as to what the testing consisted of. Not wanting to assume, but before Mr. Bauer provided this memorandum to you commissioners, would you have been able to answer my questions or provide any explanation of what these tests entail? And even now, are all the details of this memorandum understood? As for the testing that occurred without proper permits, I wonder, as well as the commissioners did, was this the first time that NextEra had to apply for a permit? I'm pretty surprised that they said it is, given all the projects they've conducted throughout the country. If approved, is this the way we can expect NextEra to conduct business? Doing this showed no respect for our zoning and codes and to you, the commissioners. Can you explain why the zoning would not change from agriculture, which is stated in that memorandum? It's a utility scale projects, one of the largest proposed solar fields in the US. This is not agriculture by any stretch. Who has NextEra hired to oversee their tribal and cultural survey? And while that question has been answered somewhat, is the staff that'll be on site doing the work trained to know what to look for? Completing a survey over 4.5 square miles would be a monumental task. I cannot say how long that would take. They did say that they looked at the lands that most likely would be affected, but that can't be all of them in that type of that much land. Public gain, to say there's no substantial gain or loss to the public is yet to be seen. If this request is approved, this moves NextEra one step closer to construction of the utility scale solar farm. And that will, without a doubt, be a substantial loss to the persons in this room that oppose this project. Applicable regulations. How can you say this TBU permit is in the public interest when so many oppose it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the TBUs you do approve aren't for utility scale projects. How many has this commission approved in the last 12 months as far as utility scale projects? Having Terracon doing the testing is a conflict of interest. One of Terracon's project coordinators is a member of one of the families that one of the largest leasing families in this project. That's a conflict of interest.
Thank you, David. Karina?
I'm Corinna Schmittendorf, and I actually live North Douglas County, 1933 East 1400 Road, Midland Valley in Grants Township. We are in the same situation. We have a developer that is leasing land from our neighbors and also doing some preliminary testing. And with our knowledge or without our knowledge, we don't know that there's ever been a permit applied for. My question is, I guess, in a general comment about NextEra, I mean, who follow the money? Who's the client? What we understand in our area, they're looking at developing over 1,000 square acres of solar panels, and the client is Evergy. So they are working with Evergy in terms of developing alternative power source, which we all agree needs to happen. We're also dealing with the fact that the same company, Evergy, is putting in an 18-inch natural gas pipeline through the same farmland, just north of the levee, west of Highway 24. So we have some of the similar questions about land use. I mean, these farms have been in the family since 1860. There's an original abstract that land was purchased from the Delaware Indians. In terms of the character of the land, it's rural, there's agritourism, there's small businesses, there's an organic farm, there's recreation, there's heritage site, there's historic site. There's 3 or 4 original home sites in the area. And also, in just reading on your website, as mentioned, the city county is looking at an open space plan, which includes a buffer or some urban reserve, or there's some land around the city that is not developed, that keep to its original use as historic agriculture land. And the idea is to preserve this land. So there is considerable impact on the natural environment. There is questions about the open space plan or historical preservation, as well as the strategic plan, of the county and the city together. Also, we're in the vicinity, if you look at the northeast sector, I don't know if you're calling it a plan, but we're in the flight path of the airport. So not only are we looking at an 18-inch natural gas line, we're looking at over 1,000-acre solar panel farm, but we're also looking at a disruption in terms of, we always have a noise level in terms of the highway, the railroad, and the airport. So, and I know they've talked about, our neighborly concerns as somewhat subjective, but I would just like to say that there are some more objective facts in terms of developing that land, at least north of the city in the county. Thank you.
Jane?
Good evening, Jane Kanoki from Shawnee, Kansas. Some of the thoughts that have been shared here, I won't reiterate, but I will say that property owners have a right to use their own property as they see fit. Now, many of us have already entered into the contracts to harvest the wind or the sun, and this board should not engage in the types of decisions that curtail property rights. I would also like to mention that the USA article by Elizabeth Weiss, it was quoted on 3 of the states. There are 6 states in there, so you probably want to read that whole thing. If you need it, I can text it to you. The regulations you developed last year already provide strict restrictions and mitigations. There are protections, there's screening, there's all kinds of testing already required. So you have done your due diligence there. Now, this is a temporary business permit, and I asked Geotech, have you ever had to do a temporary business permit? They said, no, never. So part of the problem with this is it was raining and wet in late November and December. And as a landowner, I don't want them to come into my land and tear it up with that. So when it's dry, you want them to come in and do the testing you need. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is outreach and response. You've heard Mr. Wilkins talk about how he's sent out an awful lot of mailings and asked for a lot of that. I have asked him about the response he's gotten. He hasn't gotten response. You know where they respond? They're coming here to talk to you guys instead of trying to get the information direct. So there's a lot of assumptions made in there. So I would encourage you to encourage everybody to respond and to talk. There have been a couple of people that have talked to him and he's had very good conversations with them, but there could always be more. Development is continuing. There's in Johnson County where we have our land also. They've just put in for a plat to divide property into 4 more lots. So you can't really say development isn't coming in that. And I just would ask you to come visit us. And so that I've made that offer and I still make that offer for you to come out and to visit us and see it from the landowner's perspective. I think you would maybe gain some insight on that. Thank you.
Allison, after Allison, Angela Murray, Therese Laughlin, and Travis Hardy.
Good evening. My name is Allison Thomas, and I am a staff member at the Climate and Energy Project. CEP is a Kansas-based nonpartisan 501c3 nonprofit driving practical solutions for an equitable transition to a clean energy future. A large component of our work includes advocating for clean energy solutions to ensure fair and equal access for emerging technologies in wind, solar, and energy efficiency as opportunities to save money, create jobs, and build climate resilience. I would like to use my time this evening to address a few myths and misinformation circulating about solar energy. I have brought copies of a myth versus fact sheet with citations for research-based information and have shared it with the commissioners to review. The first myth that I would like to debunk is the claim that solar projects will impact soil and prime farmland in the future. While farmland under solar panels cannot be used for crop production during the life of the project, letting the soil rest during the project life can help the farmland remain productive in the future. When solar projects are decommissioned and removed, the underlying land can be returned to productive agricultural use. Voluntarily participating in a solar project provides area landowners and farmers an opportunity to diversify their income and harvest what they choose, the sun, crops, or both. On a similar note, another myth that our team is seeing frequently at education events is that solar panels are dangerous and leach chemicals into the ground and pose a risk to public health. The reality is that modern PV solar panels are made of materials typically found in electronic equipment and are encased so that they don't pose a concern for water supply or public health. Panels are made of solid materials and do not pose a chemical hazard to the public, underlying soil, or groundwater. The last piece of misinformation that I will address is the claim that solar projects significantly impact the environment and drive away wildlife. This is also untrue. Solar projects will work in harmony with the environment and will not impact hunting or recreation on neighboring lands. They are designed to minimize any impact to local wildlife. In fact, all forms of energy of all forms of energy generation, solar energy has among the lowest impacts, as it emits no air or water pollution, requires no drilling or mining for fuel, emits little sound, and creates no hazardous byproducts from the power it generates. It is vital that decisions around solar development are made with accurate science-based facts. Do not allow untrue information to inhibit the opportunity for utility-scale solar to exist in Douglas County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angela?
Hi, my name is Angela Murray, and I live at 2215 North 500 Road, just about adjacent to the proposed West Gardner Solar Project. I've been out of the loop on this project for the past year. My mom had a terminal illness and I stepped away. And so I'm kind of trying to catch back up, and I'm kind of dismayed that it doesn't feel like we've made a whole lot of progress in terms of addressing the concerns of the neighboring landowners that aren't participating. And so I'm really coming to raise the issue of trust and building connections with the neighbors. I think that when we think about, I might be a little naive in thinking that what I have to say tonight might make a difference, but I'm not naive enough to believe everything I'm being told by a developer. And so for me, it's really hard to sort out what's fact-based, research-based information that I can believe and what's not. Up to this point, the communication that I've received from West Gardner Solar has been to just blanketly discount the concerns of the community. I can't believe that a project of this size and scope will have zero impact. So I really am hoping to have an honest, transparent conversation about what this means and what West Gardner Solar would do to mitigate those impacts for the rest of the community. We've been told that there would be no impacts to like trees that already exist, but I'm seeing lots and lots of properties where trees are being taken out. I don't know what the reason is for that, but it certainly makes me wonder about unintended consequences. I hope that from the bottom of my heart that my worst case scenario fears are unfounded, because I want to support alternative energy development. But at this point, I don't have enough trust in the developer to feel like this is a project that won't have a negative impact on me and on my community. It's really feeling very disrespectful to not be heard by the developers in terms of our concerns. It feels a little bit like we're being gaslit and told that all of our concerns are in our imagination and aren't really real concerns. And that's not constructive. We need to be heard, and we'd like to have information that we feel like we can trust. And for a project like this, I think community trust is really important. So I urge the commissioners to think about that when they consider who's partnering for these kinds of developments. The developer of the quarry mentioned that they had not been sued before. I know that that's not the case with NextEra. So as we think about reputation with who's developing projects in Douglas County, I think that should be on your list of concerns. Thank you.
Therese?
Hi, Therese Laughlin, 1526 N1 Road, Baldwin City. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us and our concerns. I do support solar and wind when it's on-site use only, not when it's commercial solar or wind. Question, where will the substations, transmission lines for these projects be located? These will affect others in the county and need to be known before any consideration of approval. This is a much broader project when you think of substations and transmission lines. What are the setback requirements? What about streamways and other sensitive areas? The archaeological value, corridors for movement of wildlife, and screening requirements. Will these requirements be the same as Johnson County, or will Johnson County and Douglas County have different regulations? We need to protect what farmland we have left in the county. I did a quick little research on the solar leases and found the following comments were submitted to Johnson County. All of these were from family members of the Kanoki, owners of some of the leased property. None of these people live on any of the properties or are even in the unincorporated area. They all live in cities: Gardner, Shawnee, Overland Park, Minnesota, Missouri, and California. Donna Breckeisen Kanoki wrote that she believes they are safe and would have very little impacts on our neighbors and environment. She won't be impacted as they don't even live on or near the property. I believe they will have a negative impact: loss of cropland, pasture ground, hay ground, wildlife, and decreased property values and possible health concerns. Robert Kanoki wrote, I believe property owners should have the right to build solar on their land since no one else would be damaged or harmed by it. I agree if it's for on-site use only, not commercial. Robert Kanoki also complained about the setback around solar farms. Those setbacks waste land and not able to use that land. What about all the land that will be wasted for substations and transmission lines? Eminent domain will be forced on people who have not been given a choice. Their ground will be wasted. Damages of decreased land value, lost agricultural land, cropland, hay ground, pasture ground, wildlife, rural character, and possibly health problems. According to Douglas County Plan 2040, which has kind of been brought up already, agricultural uses should continue to be predominant land use utilizing preservation of agricultural lands. Uses in the agricultural district should be limited to those which are compatible with agricultural production and does not remove productive land from agricultural uses. Preservation of open space, prime farmland, floodplains, wooded areas, and environmentally sensitive areas. Also utilize land assessment tools as criteria for development, protect and
Maurice.
enhance the rural character.
Grace, your time's up. Thank you.
Can I say thank you?
Sure. Travis? After Travis, we'll have Wayne Kaufman. Tian Horn. Hope I'm getting that name right. And Jill, if there's another sheet there. Maybe it's Tim Horn. I'm sorry, Tim. Go ahead, Travis.
All right. Travis Hardy, live in unincorporated Douglas County. I first want to thank Douglas County and staff. You know, citizens were concerned about what's going on. Contacted staff, you know, looked at it, you know, acted accordingly. Well, appreciate that. Listen to people. You know, obviously the thing here is about trust. I mean, that's the root of this whole thing. I mean, I just have a hard time understanding how, at the very least, they wouldn't just ask the county. I mean, just ask a simple question. Hey, is this all right? But they didn't. They just went ahead and started. And like others have said, you know, you can look at track records of stuff that's been done. I mean, I'm not going into any of that stuff. But the other thing that's really concerning here is, like was mentioned, when questions were asked to zoning about, you know, these tests and what it means and what they're doing, they couldn't answer the question. And I don't blame them because this is all new to the whole county, right? But it does concern me if we don't know about these tests and don't know what they mean and don't know all the details, and the citizens are the ones asking the question, you know, how do we know if they're following the rules or not is part of the concern. I mean, we want to make sure that they are doing the proper thing. And another thing that, you know, if they're doing testing for, you know, these various things, you know, when they go to put the panels up and they're talking, you know, one of the things that was mentioned is one of the most important things is the grounding. All right, so if we're only testing these very small little places on these plots of land, well, when we go to ground this, how do we know that's exactly where it's going to be grounded? If I go to ground this somewhere else, and maybe that test doesn't come up good, you know, what does that mean? I mean, is that going to cause, you know, is that a health concern, you know, someone going to get hurt? Don't know. The other big thing here that, you know, when I asked the question, and I was kind of surprised by the answer, was, does the county get the results of the tests? And I was said, generally, no, that doesn't happen. I would request that the county, ask for those, to take a look at them, just review them, to say, well, all right, is what Nextera said, they're testing, is that actually what is in the doc, just to make sure, verify it, haven't never set eyes on it. So once again, I just have trouble, this huge company, comes in, says that they never had to do this, but it just seems very odd to me that they didn't even ask the question, the common courtesy, that just bugs me. I mean, just ask the question. Thanks.
Wayne?
Commissioners, I was really happy, pleasantly surprised at the first two opening questions by Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Kelly. It goes to the heart of the matter that I wish to speak to tonight. Also, item number 9, as I recall, something on one of the slides said that all regs be followed, all regulations be followed. If I had any construction to be done on my place, I know enough to go to the Zoning and Codes Board and find out what I have to do to comply with that. I'm not a multinational corporation. Now, if this were the first time that this has ever happened with this company, I wouldn't have a case. But let me make that case. In 2014, I was involved and personally know my neighbors were involved with Nextera. Nextera had put up Met Towers and Sodars. Understand, this is a different situation, but it's the same company. Now then, this company should have had corporate knowledge of the fact that Douglas County may be the only one in the whole world that has a zoning and codes department, but I don't believe that. So let me say that I think that item alone tends to negate their request tonight. They have a history, if you will, of failing to get permission to do preliminary work in areas where they think they can get away with it. I have that personal knowledge. And in 2014, those towers were put up and the codes department required that they be removed. They seem to believe that it's easier to seek forgiveness than to get permission. Now then, they have not made a case that this work absolutely has to be done now. So if you deny their request, they can come back at a later date. However, what's going to happen when they try to do a conditional use permit? Are they going to learn from their past mistakes? There's an old saying, fool us, you represent the citizens of this county. Fool you once, it's our fault. Fool you twice, it's their fault. I implore you to deny their temporary business use permit until they can show that they can work with the zoning and codes department. Thank you very much.
Okay, Tim is next, and after Tim, we'll have Jay Kaufman, Kathleen Arnett, and Pam. Folks, you got to get better handwriting. Pam something with an F. Ferguson, okay. Tim.
Yeah, let me apologize for my handwriting. It's not the best. Tim Horn. I'm 1137 North 100 Road, Southwest unincorporated Douglas County. The solar part don't have a lot to do with me, but zoning has a large part to do with me. I'm the Willow Springs Township trustee. I have written in the last 3 years as trustee over 25 new driveways in our township alone. The largest one being 120 acres, one. Majority of them are 20 acres and a few 10 acres. Those people are coming out to the rural area for the peacefulness, for the tranquility and the scenic trust of all the county has to offer. We go doing all of this to our county, be it solar, be it wind, whatever we do is going to be very detrimental to our tax bases, our roads, our bridges, everything. So we need to really consider what we are doing here to make sure that the citizens who live here, be it people that live in the city that want to come to the country for agritourism or anything like that, we need to make sure we preserve that for everyone. That's supposed to be part of our 2040 plan, is preserve our agricultural land, our natural resources, not reap them and send them to somewhere else. If this stuff is so good, so green, and so legitimate for everybody, why don't we put it in the Southwest Pool where they need it instead of in our backyard? Put it closer to where they need it instead of putting all these transmission lines up across properties that don't even have anything to do with it, but raise our electric bills, raise our taxes, and make it harder for everyone to live here in this county for whatever it is. So please consider everything that's put before you, because this is a life-changing decision for everyone in our state, our community, our county. So we need to really pay attention to this. Thank you.
Jay Kaufman.
You stole my thunder. My
Sorry.
name is Jake Hoffman. I'm from Baldwin, Kansas. I just wanted to, when I read about in the paper about how NextEra, who according to Wikipedia is probably the largest energy company in the United States, failed to follow a simple rule and get a permit before they did their testing. They're already halfway done. It's like, well, shoot, why'd they stop? Why didn't they finish it and then beg for forgiveness? I just find that entirely fascinating. And it just reminds me, it makes me angry that there's a level of trust that they've trampled on. I mean, we, the good citizens of Douglas County, are sitting here. We have these rules. We have to follow them. We have to live with our neighbors that don't follow them and get their hands slapped. And yet these companies come in and trample all over us. They have batteries of lawyers, and it was fascinating and kind of hilarious to me that an attorney can stand up and say, you know, I know the law, but I didn't think that was important. That just, I don't understand that. And the trust that has been trampled on already, why in the future do we assume that they'll say mea culpa, we'll do better? How do we know? They've already ruined it now. How do we know in the future that they're not going to still do the same thing? So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Kathleen.
I guess I should have prepared my comments. You know, I am pro renewable energy, so this is a very conflicting issue for me. I believe that NextEra certainly has destroyed the trust, and if they've already done 11 tests, then they really weren't concerned, now were they? And they were doing it in the dead of night, so give me a break. Yeah. So other than that, though, I am so pro renewable energy that it really makes me unhappy to be saying anything negative about a renewable energy project. I would love to see our county incentivize our citizens to organize community solar, community wind, set it up so that it works for us without all these detrimental aspects and these unknowns, because a company comes in obviously trying to fool us. So what else do you think they're going to do on down the line? I'm concerned about remediation. I know that you already have all your codes put together for solar. I'm very upset that they are going to still spray with glyphosate to get rid of the weeds before they do agrivoltaics, because agrivoltaics would be important. But apparently we're going to be growing food that's going to poison everyone. So what good is that? We haven't thought this through very well, really. There's so many holes in this. I just think we'd do better if we could incentivize our community to make these decisions so that they're beneficial for all of us and we can keep the energy here. Next year is going to send that energy to Colorado, Oklahoma, Missouri, whatever the highest bidder is. I mean, this is just insanity that we are jumping on the first company that comes along and says, we're going to do renewable for you. You know, I would love to see us move to that place, but I don't know if this is the company to trust to do it. Thank you.
Folks, I've asked you not to applaud. You didn't forget. You just didn't follow my instructions. Cut it out. All right, Pam Ferguson.
I'm Pam Ferguson. I reside at 2305 North 600 Road, and everybody has spoken what I was going to say. I do hope that you listen to all of us, and I have a gift for you. So who wants to come get it? I'd rather hand it to you.
You have to say it on the mic, sorry.
There's over 1,000 signatures there, petitions saying no to solar and wind, but this has a solar side on it. And I hope you listen to us all. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have on my list. Is there anyone else here in the courthouse who would like to provide public comment? Michael first.
Good evening, Michael Allman. I'm a member of Sustainability Action Network. I'm pleased that the commission is considering solar energy. I am also a renewable energy advocate, but I am not pleased, however, that you seem to be approaching large industrial solar as it's a foregone conclusion. These basic soil testing permits are a forerunner to a 4.7 square mile solar project. A project that huge will have a negative impact on the densely populated surrounding neighborhood, spray drift being only one of those impacts. While the regulations are heavily weighted for industrial scale solar with scarcely a mention of limited scale or personal scale, and while the commission seems to be predisposed to industrial scale solar, you really don't have to approve that. Protecting our rural neighborhoods, our roads, our schools is a perfectly legal reason to deny these permits. I caution you to seriously doubt how NextEra's promised $40 million in taxes will mitigate the project's impacts. $40 million in what time frame? In an economy that's growing at what rate? And remember, state law grants NextEra a property tax abatement for 10 years of the 30-year runtime. If the commission truly wants energy solutions that best serve your constituents, you would hold in abeyance any industrial solar by purely profit-driven multinational corporations that play fast and loose with our code under the darkness of night and deny their permits. Instead, the commission would do well to seek out and promote community solar. Community solar is not small change. The U.S. Department of Energy projects that the U.S. will reach 20 gigawatts of community solar by 2025. What is it, you ask? First and foremost, it's locally financed, locally owned, locally controlled, and with the electricity for local use. It's typically developed through a contract by a not-for-profit, not a big corporation, like a rural electric co-op, a school district, or a municipality. The rooftop solar arrays are all the participants are connected by a microgrid, so the electricity is shared. Any excess then goes to the utility grid. It fits very nicely in the existing regulations category of limited solar. But the size really isn't the primary characteristics. It's the mode of operation, the model of how it's set up. So please deny these temporary business permits. Don't let NextEra get their foot in the door. Nip it in the bud. Thank you.
My name is Michael Forth. I live at 498 North 100 Road. I'm also the president of the Douglas County Rural Preservation Association. We represent 2,000 people and approaching 40,000 acres. I attended a meeting that the planning board put on at Wakarusa School. And it was funny, everybody was giving their give and take up there. And the NextEra people, one of their leasing reps said, "Who cares? Talk about the Eagles. Who cares? Talk about landowner rights. Who cares?" I represent 2,000 people who do care. And it's important to us that we nip this in the bud. These guys start working on a project. I spent over 30 years in the highway, bridge, and airport runway construction business. You do not enter into any project anywhere without knowing what the regulations are you're dealing with. That's just prudent knowledge. You don't do that. Well, sorry, we don't care. Who cares? And that's the message I'm getting, is who cares? And we can't have that. Look at the people in this room. They care, or they wouldn't be here tonight. I assume you care, or you wouldn't be here tonight. We don't have a solar or wind energy program for private use being championed in this county. We would embrace that. There are programs out there to get people started on it, but nobody has said, "Hey, take a look at this. This may be for you." We would champion that. And we would champion you to push that ahead. So I thank you again tonight. We care. And that's why I'm here. Don't let this run roughshod over us, because it's obvious they don't care. Thanks.
Well, I bet you guys didn't think you'd see me tonight. My name's Marcia Pohl and I live south of Wharton. I just wanted to tell you that my husband and I love to take road trips. That's something I put it on Facebook, and people who can't get out follow us on our road trips. And one thing I love is Highway 56, which is the Santa Fe Trail. I saw a picture that said Santa Fe Trail up in the, things there. And historical places, when you go to see historical places, follow historical things, you see lots of different stuff. But one thing you want to see is you want to see the land. You want to think about how the people went through there. You don't want to look at solar panels. I think there's a place for them, but I think the places in town or places like business parks that like FMC or some of those places, not out in the country. Or in town, I've even seen in other cities where they put solar panels in parking lots of apartments. They use those for, rain, snow, whatever. They don't, get their windshields all dirty and stuff. And so there is a place for them, but I don't think industrial is what we're looking at. Commercial makes more sense, or individual. Another thing is they gobbled up our prime farmland. We don't have any more prime farmland to discover. We know what the world is, what every piece of prime farmland there is in the world. And we keep gobbling up, and not only in our county, but in other counties around in Kansas, we're gobbling up our prime farmland for solar, for wind. We're taking away productive land, or we're putting with the the turbines, we're still putting down like the BPAs down there. Anyway, which is not good. It's also toxic. And I did want to say that the character and legacy of our land and our area is something you all talk about in your 2040 or 2020 plan. And that is something that's very important to me, because we do need to take care of our land and leave it for our children to enjoy and learn about our history. And the other thing was, back in August or September, NextEra had the SODAR already in place on our neighbors. And she talked to me about it. She told me when they had put it out there and when they came and picked it up. And that was before they had a permit. So that was prior to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Bennett at 2322 North 700 Road, Eudora. And I want to thank you guys for all your efforts here.
Michael, can you say your last name one more time?
Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T.
Thank you.
And well, you guys have heard you've heard some good speakers on both sides of this issue, and they've had their thoughts well collected. And I might not be so collected, but I'm here anyway. How about that? I do support renewable energy, both wind and solar, on a smaller scale, like has been put forth here recently toward the end of the meeting here. And I just would offer that this project is just simply not appropriate for our community and our society as we know it. I just say, how can we support a pocket or a project that just lines the pockets of a couple of corporations and a few landowners, while at the same time, adding transmission line fees to the bill of every resident in the county. Further, there is an option, as has been mentioned, using distributed generation or community solar that doesn't do that. That doesn't hurt everybody for the benefit of a few. And, the corporations are out of state, international for-profit corporations, that are just harvesting tax rebates and subsidies. If without those, this thing wouldn't be happening. And the few landowners, we received over $100 million over the life of this project for the entire 3,000 acre project. That's not chump change, while everybody else is paying extra. Okay. I encourage you to explore the other options that were brought forth earlier with the distributed generation, and they wouldn't have for that, if it's being generated at point of use, they don't need all these extra transmission lines cluttering up the skyline. You don't need them at all. It's the power is used there, and what's extra can just go back through the lines that are already existing. And all the Douglas County residents, with distributed generation, all the residents could use, could have it available anyway to have their own generation of electricity on their own property. But it's going to take something for you guys to be leaders and for the city to be leaders, to develop a program that's available to everyone. Where right now, the programs that are there, the rebates and the extra monies that are being passed out are just written so that there's many people in our society that for economic and administrative reasons just have no pathway to get to it. So they don't get it. They just don't have a path to enjoy it. I see that I'm supposed to stop. So you guys have a great night. We'll see you later.
Any other public comment here at the courthouse? Okay, well, maybe.
Hello, commissioners. Good to see you again. Carrie Brandon, what is my address? 450 East 2300 Road. So I think I pretty much said just about everything I can think to say up to this point, but in considering how to possibly say a few words to convince you not to approve this testing permit that NextEra is wanting to do across the 4 sections in Palmyra Township that straddles, it's going to eventually straddle Douglas and Johnson County. They've already done the Johnson County testing. I don't think they asked for permission over there either, but Johnson County commissioners are a little less focused, I think, on the community. But a few things come to mind that I would like to reiterate. And I think the biggest thing for me is siting. And I really feel like this West Gardner solar project is incredibly irresponsibly sited. And, it goes back to that map that we built a way back that looked at property values cumulatively. And, with the recent appraisal value increases, we're looking at for both Johnson and Douglas County in less than 1 mile, 0 to less than 1 mile. There's over 200 homes and counting because of new construction. Conservative estimate would be about $85 to $90 million for property values. That's my estimate based on Zillow property values and the county property values through Douglas County and Johnson County's property websites. But with that, set that aside, what still blows my mind to this day is there has been absolutely zero conversation or collaborative work on both NextEra's behalf and the county's behalfs, talking about the brownfield site that's 9,000 acres, sunflower ammunition plant, and the Apex secretive bill that Laura Kelly passed that allowed Panasonic plant to come in. How the heck that landed on that 9,000 acre, granted it's only 304 acres that it's taking up, but word has it that they're going to expand it into an Astra enterprise park, which I'm assuming will be more logistics, just like the intermodal and the Casey Logistics Park. So what that means is, rather than placing Panasonic responsibly in the intermodal, which is already industrially zoned and has already displaced farmers and families and ruined lives over there, why didn't they put that there? It has rail access. It has access to I-35/69 highway. And then we could have avoided this 4-lane expressway that Johnson County now wants to put down Edgerton Road from K10 to 56 highway. What the heck is going on? Where is the responsibility of looking at brownfield sites first before taking valuable agricultural land out of inventory? So that's what I want to say. And I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And I hope you make the right decision and nip it in the bud, like they said.
Hi, my name is Deanne Alvarez, and my family and I live at 584 East 2300 Road. We live within a half mile of 3 proposed testing sites, which means if this would go through, we would be surrounded on 3 sides by solar panels. I do not trust NextEra whatsoever. From what they did, doing testing at 10:30 in the evening and not getting the permits, and I could go on and on, but One thing they did say, NextEra said that there is little if no noise. I would like to use my remaining time to share a sound file that illustrates just one community's non-participating landowner experience with NextEra. What the sound of pile driving sounds like. And lastly, the sweet sound of industrial utility scale solar facility inverters. Yeah.
Well, some landowners have been upset about NextEra's proposed utility scale solar project on their neighbor's farmland.
Well, now they are claiming that after refusing to lease their land to NextEra, they claim that subcontractors have been trespassing on their property. More noise at a transmission site?
No, sir. I was actually at the site I mentioned earlier. It's about a 30 megawatt site outside Rutherfordton. It's called Ayrshire. And I mean, the substation really doesn't make any noise at all. The only noise you're hearing is from the inverters. And they'll rev up. You can kind of hear it got a little louder as the sun came out, and they'll rev up, but they don't get too loud.
Thank you.
Any other public comment here at the courthouse? Okay, we'll turn to online. Sarah?
MC, you are being moved into the panel. MC, you can come off mute and provide your public comment. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. MC.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Melanie Kaufman, and I own property at a house at 697 East 1725 Road. I'm not there in person tonight because I'm supposed to be studying for a professional certification exam. I've devoted over 4 hours as you have to these topics tonight because they're important. They're important to me. They're important to my neighbors. And as you can tell, my voice is shaking because my blood's boiling right now. Trust. How many times have we heard trust tonight? That's the trust, the sincerity of this NextEra company, the questionable practices. That's why we're here tonight, deciding or asking you, imploring you to please deny this permit because of the trust issues we have with this company. This is especially sensitive for a company coming in and stomping on our land, our agricultural land that our ancestors have developed and preserved for our generations. We're concerned about the energy produced not benefiting our county, being transported to other states without benefit of us. This was all fine, just me listening to this. But what I heard during the break, that is why my blood is boiling right now. What I saw the NextEra presenters engaged in a lively conversation. There was an open mic. This is what I heard. A man said, quote, "I have SVB depositors," end quote. Can you imagine? Let me say that again. I have SVB depositors. My mind immediately went to Silicon Valley Bank depositors, and I am wondering what is behind this. What is behind this? Can anyone tell us? I can assure you what I've heard, all of these farmers, all of these rural people, these rural homeowners, these rural businesses pouring their hearts out. Even if one of them had an SVB depositor, I can assure you not one of us is thinking about that tonight. I implore you, please play back the tape. It is recorded. Play back during this break that we've had tonight. Hear for yourselves. It's insensitive at best. I believe they're in their own words. They've just proved their insincerity. Thanks.
We're going to move Byron into the panel. Byron, you're in the panel. You can come off mute and provide your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. Byron?
Trying to unmute here. Am I on?
Yep, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, Byron Finley, 39875 West 159th Street, Edgerton, Kansas. The subject of trust has come up quite a bit with a number of people, and we have property just to the east of the location that is being tested. And I did some research, went on the Secretary of State website, and this permit is not for Evergy, it's for West Gardner Solar. And when I looked them up, it's listed, the entity type is foreign for profit. And there's no person listed as the agent. The agent is the Corporation Service Company, which is also foreign for profit. And the Corporation Service Company was in existence from October 17th, 1995 to September of 2019. At that point in time, it was merged out of existence. On January 10th of 2020, it was reformed again. There's no person's name. I'd like to know from Mr. Wilkins how he is associated with this Corporation Service Company, or if he is. And just like to know who is going to be responsible, who's going to be the contact if there's any issues with the testing or with the project in the future. Thank you.
Next, we're going to move Stephen Clark into the panel. Stephen Clark, you can come off mute and provide your public comment. You need, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Steve Clark. I live in El Dorado Hills, California. I grew up in Johnson County, have my engineering degree from Kansas State University. I've worked in the power industry since 1978. I've worked in large scale and commercial scale solar since the year 2008. I'm very familiar with geotechnical testing and soil testing across the country. It's been done on dozens or scores of projects that I've worked on in many different districts, many different counties across the country. I can confirm that not a single other instance of a project that I worked on required any sort of a temporary business permit or any sort of a codes review in order for a project applicant to begin and complete soil testing that is necessary in order for them to prepare and submit a conditional use permit for a project permit. It was a complete surprise to me that the issue of a temporary permit or any permit came up in Douglas County. I think it's a false narrative that opponents are spreading that NextEra is flouting codes and laws. It's not been required anywhere else in my professional experience. In addition to that, the degree of work that's required for soil testing is very simple. It's short term. It involves some test pits. It involves driving a limited number of test piles to determine soil strength, soil corrosivity, the electrical characteristics of soil for resistivity and designing the grounding system of the plant. All of these soil testing becomes submitted to the county during the project permitting process or during the subsequent detailed design of the structures of the project, the electrical system, and so forth. There's nothing permanent that's left by the soil testing. There's no structures left in the ground, no equipment. The grading of the land is not adjusted. There's no need for public concern. It has never been an issue in any of the other of dozens of projects that I've worked on in my history. In addition, I'd like to point out that it is inappropriate, it would seem, for this session to turn into a referendum about the benefits, the pros and cons of solar energy. Douglas County commissioners have already approved zoning regulations that cover all sizes of solar. So this temporary business permit is solely for the limited soil testing on landowners' land who have voluntarily agreed to
Your
take.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person we're moving into the panel is Buck Bradley. Buck, you're in the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Buck Brad. I live at 11 East 900th Road in Baldwin City, Kansas. There's a legal principle out there called ignorance of the law it excuses no one. You have a lawyer from NextEra that's currently there that is based out of Lawrence and teaches at KU. Terracon is based out of Lenexa, Kansas. They should have at least consulted the laws and looked at it. And furthermore, so it basically says, the principle says that holds a person is unaware of the law may not escape the liability of the law. Douglas County is about to enter a relationship with a company with a bad reputation. They started testing without permits at night, trying to avoid stuff. This company has between 2000 and 2017 paid $36 million in fines. The CEO recently stepped down because allegations of media corruption, spying on journalists, and alleged violations of campaign violations at the state and federal level. They recently spent millions of dollars trying to block a green energy plan in Maine because they didn't win the contract. In 2022, just recently, the Department of Justice fined NextEra and its subsidiaries $8 million fine and placed them on a 5-year probation for killing 150 bald eagles or golden eagles without a permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. So what makes us think that during this testing that they start without a permit, they're going to abide by the artifacts and other rules and regulations that you guys have set forth in the regulations? Furthermore, as a property owner, I believe that somebody should be able to do what they want with their property. However, there's a difference between personal use and industrial use. We're looking at a project that's going to be approximately 4 miles wide and 2 miles long. It's a huge project. I should be able to do with what I want on my property, but when it comes to industrial, that's when my neighbors get a vote and the county gets a vote. Again, I'm worried about the loss of habitat. This is just one step in the process. and Douglas County is about to enter into a relationship with a company with a very bad reputation. I sent all this information to you via email before this, so you can check my sources, you can check my information on your own. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, we don't have any other hands raised online at this time.
All right, we're going to close public comment. We're going to give the applicant a few minutes to respond to a lot of public comment.
Quite realistically, there's too many comments to try to rebut. I can tell you that.
Get real close to that microphone. It's hard to hear you. There you go.
I can tell you that wholeheartedly, many of the comments were just false. But ultimately, we do want to build trust with the community. We've been conducting extensive outreach, and we will continue to conduct outreach to try to have conversations, to try to understand what concerns we can potentially mitigate in project design if we are able to design a project that could move forward. Ultimately, we understand that buy-in from the community is important. I would ask for those who have received contact or phone calls, please respond. I've already met with few folks that have, and I will continue to do that. Please don't ignore it. This is your opportunity to express your concerns and hear what we consider is the other side of the story, which are what we consider the facts. Again, geotech work is not construction. There really is no precedence that informed us to say we need to consider applying for a permit. Even consulting with Terracon, they've never had to apply for a permit for geotech surveys. Not to conflate the project into this permit application, we're seeking approval for the temporary business use permits to conduct geotech surveys. And yes, this is in support of the design of a potential solar facility that's still in development, but it's not completed yet. So this is one step in order for us to understand if we have a project that works. And hopefully we'll continue to have the opportunity to have a dialogue with the community, as well as bring a project that benefits the community as well as in Douglas County, as well as in Johnson County. Subject to any questions you have, that completes my remarks.
I have a couple of questions. So you said you weren't going to respond to every public comment, and I think that's understandable, but I have a few public comments I would like you to respond to. There was an allegation that the NextEra or their agents were doing this work in the middle of the night. We're doing pile testing in the middle of the night. Can you comment whether you were doing that in the middle of the night or not?
Yes, that is correct.
You were doing it in the middle of the night?
There were tests that were conducted. I think the time frame was 10:30 at night. That was not something that we discussed with the third-party consultant who was in charge of the work. And that will not happen again. We understand that that disturbance was out of bounds, and we will prevent that in the future. I can tell you for the sound that was displayed here, that's temporary, 1 to 4 minutes.
That's not the question I asked.
Okay.
So the next question is, when you talk to your contractor who was doing that at 10:30 at night, what was the rationale for doing that at 10:30 at night?
Trying to catch up because weather delays required some stoppage of work. And Kevin can probably talk to more details if you like, but that's essentially the reasoning for work being done that late at night.
Sure, let's hear from Kevin.
Hi, I'm Kevin Fredericks with Terracon. I'm a project engineer there. Yes, we were working at 10:30 at night. I confirmed that with the crew. We have a crew that came from out of town. They're from out of state. They do several of these projects similar to this, installing these piles and testing them. They were behind schedule. They have other jobs to get to after this, so and the communication, there was a breakdown in that communication as to when they were going to be on site. So that falls completely on Terracon. That wasn't something that got to me until later after the public complaints about the noise, which is understandable.
Do you guys ever do any geo testing at night?
You know, I wish I could get my local crews here to work past 5 o'clock, but yeah, I was surprised. You know, these guys are this crew that came out from out of town is you know, they work on the road, they're out of town, they're living out of hotel rooms. They're there to get the work done and to head to the next site. So local crews it's hard to get them to stay late. So yeah, it's not something that I was expecting.
More question, William. There was the said that NextEra has constructed a Met Tower in 2014 and was asked to take it down when they didn't obtain permits for it. Are you familiar with that at all?
That was before my time.
Okay.
I'm not familiar.
Anyone on your staff working there at that time? Okay. Carl, do we have any history going back to 2014? Do we know if NextEra,
I know, excuse me, I know that.
close to that mic there, Carl?
I know that there were some conditional use permits issued for Met Towers in around 2014 for NextEra.
Okay, but do we know if those were issued after NextEra had put
That
up
I
those?
don't know the history of.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back up for commission discussion. Motions. Questions.
This is Commissioner Reed. You know, I appreciate all the public comment. I appreciate that it's late and folks have stuck with us and have been in conversation with us, some of us ahead of today. And I want folks to know that the concerns are heard. And I think many of them are very valid. I think we have, as a body here, we have had a lot of conversations in recent months and years about process and what different parts of processes look like. And so, you know, I'll just quickly reiterate, and I don't want to belabor it, that, you know, looking at temporary business use permit applications is entirely separate, although I acknowledge there's a connection, and obviously it's a step that a company wishes to take in order to figure out whether or not they intend to submit an application for an actual project development. And I think it's important for me to talk about that piece just because in many of the individual conversations I've had with constituents over time, I keep encouraging and reiterating that we need folks to stay engaged in the process and acknowledge that it's that there's lengthiness to this process. And even just in this presentation and in previous ones we've had recently, we have heard about meteorological towers, SODAR units, other types of permits that are related to solar or wind energy since at least 2014 in this county, which is to say that it's a long conversation. It's a conversation we're going to have to keep having, and we need people to really stay engaged and pay attention to each piece of the process. That said, it's only been a matter of weeks maybe, or at least very few months since the last time we had NextEra in front of us asking for temporary business use permits for other things besides this particular testing that's in front of us this evening. And for me, those conversations, an important piece of those conversations has been weighing much of what we heard about from many commenters tonight, that the balance of competing values and the balance of individual property owners wishing to explore certain uses and pursue certain uses of their land, and what those rights are, along with responsibilities to their community and to their neighbors. And generally speaking, temporary business use permits by design in our county are about limited scope, really, use of land for a property owner and whoever it is that they're working with, whatever company it is that they're partnering with, to seek temporary use of that land. And that is a separate question for us and a separate process than an entire solar development and project that many folks are speaking of. Now, again, I'm going to repeat that those things are connected. I do not deny that they are connected, but we also have to respect each step of the process. I say all that because I think it's foundational to just generally how we have land use conversations and talk about process in our community. That said, these particular applications and this particular conversation is different for me personally. And that is because I find it very hard to believe that a company the size of NextEra, with the amount of experience and projects that they have, did not consider the question of whether or not they needed some permits or permission, or whether or not notification was required of neighbors. I find that very hard to believe, and perhaps it's true. It's been said before, and it'll be said many times again, that Douglas County has its own way of doing things sometimes, and that we are maybe we stand out from the crowd when it comes to how we do things, including our regulations and our codes. I think generally that's a positive thing, and in this instance, I think that I guess I'll just sort of harken back to, I believe it was Travis Hardy's comments that I thought were pretty spot on and reasonable to consider. Why wasn't the question asked, especially given the history of contact and depth of communication that I'm aware of that has taken place between NextEra and its partners and our staff through the solar regulation process, through other temporary business use permits that have been approved by this commission in recent months and years. And so, I mean, frankly, I don't really believe that the question never occurred to you. And I think the question should have been asked. And for me, that makes a significant difference in how I think that I will vote in this particular question. And I just wanted on the record and to say to NextEra folks who are here, it seems like a simple question to have asked, even if it's not something that you have done before personally or had experience with. Given the level of communication that you have had with our Douglas County staff, it seems like a pretty reasonable question to have thought of and to consider the impact, no matter how temporary or short-lived it is, on those surrounding neighbors. And I'm just really disappointed that that question wasn't asked. And I appreciate some explanation this evening and some responsibility being taken, especially about the late night activity. All of that was avoidable, in my opinion. So those are my comments for right now.
Yes, I'll ask Carl, if you don't mind. When you were approached, so I know that this was flagged by a neighbor, and I think I got one of those first emails about, are they building a solar installation right now? Because that was the interpretation from neighbors, I think, was that we never had a permit, we never had a process, and now they're building a solar installation, which we know now is not what was going on. The geotechnical work, I guess I should start and ask this question first. The geotechnical work is I believe, something that is required for the application for Douglas County. I think that's something that we asked for in that application. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Whereas the electrical conductivity, resistivity data, I think we talked some about that in the generation of the regulations, but I don't think we necessarily asked for that information back. I just don't think it's something that we flagged as important for the county. Maybe it is, but I don't think we asked for that specifically. That's my memory. Okay.
I don't recall. I'd have to look that up and get back to you.
Okay, so there was some question about like whose data is it? And I think my understanding is at least the geotechnical data, not only is it their data, but it's their data in order to be able to apply for a project at all in Douglas County, that would be supplied to us as part of that application. So it's not data that would be lost necessarily. But the question I was getting around to, sorry, before I got sidetracked, was when that first came to you that there's something going on, was that something that the zoning and code staff had flagged ahead of time, like, hey, at some point they'll do geotechnical testing and we will probably need a temporary business use? Or was it something that really none of us had thought about until it came forward?
I think it's a mixture of those. What caught us off guard, I think, is that this was occurring at 10:30 at night. And it was loud and bothering the neighbors. So that's what brought it to our attention and flagged it for a public process like this before we brought it to you, before it can be approved and with conditions, making sure it takes place during normal working hours.
Sure. Are there other parts of what we as a county have asked for in an application, if an application were to come? Are there other pieces of that we kind of can flag ahead of time and say those things are going to need permits or processes in addition to working up to the application?
I don't have an answer for you on that right now. I would have to do some research and get back to you.
Okay, so we don't have anything else that, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, this is pretty new territory for, I think, all of us. So I'm trying to figure out like how much of it is just like all other temporary business uses that would have been easily flagged, and how much of this is a little bit new that once we talked through it, we're like, yes, we need a public process for that. So just how, I don't see the same level of severity of that misunderstanding, seeing that no other counties and no other jurisdictions necessarily have asked for that. I think it would be reasonable to have missed it, at least for some period of time, and glad that it stopped when it was flagged and we got to our process, which is, I think, a lot of the ways our county does operate is people do things and then their neighbors say, hey, they're doing that. And then we work to get them into compliance. That's a fairly normal part of how we interact with the public, isn't it? With zoning and codes.
A lot of our code enforcement action is complaint-based, yes.
And we,
we do work, I'll try to see if I can help Carl out here. Yeah, we definitely work to bring applicants and potential applicants into compliance. So that part is a very normal part of what zoning and code staff does. I think if the commissioner wants us to go back and look at the regulations and try to identify certain areas where TBUs or other types of permits would need to be highlighted to let folks know, I think we could do that. We would just need to do it at another time.
sure, yeah, that's not tonight's issue. I'm just kind of flagging to see what else might be out there. But my understanding of how the zoning and codes office works and then interacts with the public bodies would be that we are working to get people into compliance. How often do we use it as punishment that somebody has been doing something that's out of compliance and instead we work against it? I mean,
I can tell you I think on the code side, and I think Tanya can correct me if I'm wrong here. I mean, on the code side, there are some financial penalties if you're caught working without a permit. So I'd say in some cases there are implications in terms of, I hate to use the word punishment, but ramifications for that work. And in some cases, we just try to get the permit in place.
So kind of a mixture of
It's a
the two.
mixture.
Thanks.
I thought Tanya had gone home, so I see Tanya. Tanya, do you have any experience with the 2014 CUP? Okay. I'm really struggling with this idea that NextEra has had CUPs, even if they were not TBUs, CUPs, conditional use permits, TBUs, temporary business use, for doing SODAR activity. They knew that that required a CUP. It is really striking to me that they would think that driving piles into the ground would not require some type of permit if parking a pickup truck thing that didn't make any sound at all required a CUP. I think I'm really struggling with this idea that it was done at 10:30 at night. I guess I'm a former middle school teacher. I've heard lots of stories of why things happened, right? And I want to believe them, and I want to give grace. And when someone says, well, we hired an outside company and we didn't know they were going to be doing it. I also have been told a tale or two in my life. So I'm trying to find a way in my head or through code, or not even through code, through conditions, to hold this company accountable to be better partners in our community. I don't feel like what they're asking to do here is a short testing cycle that does not lead to a solar, an industrial solar. As Commissioner Reed did a nice job of stating, it is a step, and I want to recognize that it's a step. I don't find that use is the permit they're asking for tonight is incredibly burdensome to the neighbors. It's a short period of time. I do recognize it's loud, and I think we can condition that. What I'm trying to figure out is how to condition their behavior. And I'm not actually sure that's the right thing to do, if we should just deny this permit, because I think I'm maybe trying to use this in a way that it's not appropriate. So I'm interested to hear from commissioners. If they're interested in pulling that thread, or if I'm going down the wrong path here. But one of the things I am toying with is investigating whether meteorological towers and SODAR units were used without a permit previously, and only a permit was granted afterwards. If we find evidence of that, or therefore NextEra has not followed the rules before, and then come in and this is a repeated behavior, then I would, if that's the case, I want to deny what we've got here. Not because of its use, but because we have a company that has more than once tried to do non-permitted behavior in our county, and just begged forgiveness and told us stories at the end as a way to get around our permitting process. So I'm interested to hear from other commissioners whether that's worth it, whether we think that's an appropriate use of the conditions, or am I barking up the, and I'm planning staff and county staff as well. I'd like to get some feedback on that.
I have very little personal experience with pile driving. I can start with that. I do have personal experience with soil testing and large soil coring rigs, and driving out onto private property with permission, with usually sitting in farmhouse kitchens for a long time, getting that permission, and driving out and taking soil tests. In that case, it was not for geotechnical work, for anything engineering based. It was for climate change research as part of my doctoral degree. However, we also, it would never have occurred to me to have asked for county permission once we had permission from the landowner, because what that is, it's not pile driving, but that is basically the same kind of noise level and impact that many farming activities would also entail. So that part of it, for me, doesn't seem out of line. I make a lot of noise on my property with various farming activities, and frankly, I have 3 hours worth of prairie mowing to do sometime before it starts growing too high. And it really hadn't occurred to me that I should go tell my neighbor next door that I would be mowing pasture, because I think that's something that is noisy and temporary, and also kind of known. But it is also, okay, it's not pile driving. So I look at, what other experience do we have with that? And that would be like highway. We hear that kind of sound and that's an activity, along building roads for public. I guess part of me thinks if we are having conversations at any point in time or expecting applications at any point in time about solar projects of any size that are ground mounted solar projects. I am curious to know and curious to be on site for that process, for what that sounds like during the testing, because that would be likely the same kind of sounds that would be during an installation. I fear not having that piece of information and being asked to make a decision on something that is much more impactful and much more important to people in the room here than the temporary business use that we're talking about for the testing. I feel like that's an important piece of information I would like to have. I'm not sure where else I would get it. Possibly other counties, possibly other installations or other geotechnical, but that's a curiosity I have and a piece of information that I would like to be able to take with me into future discussions about an actual solar project. That probably doesn't answer your question, however.
I'll try to answer your question. From my perspective, Commissioner Kelly, I appreciate the question, and it's something that's been bumping around my head this evening during this conversation is if we move forward with approving and, if my fellow commissioners are inclined to go that way, what kind of conditions that are meaningful can be added. But I must say, I haven't really come up with anything. So I guess that leaves me in a space of, it doesn't mean that there aren't some additional conditions that we could apply that might both help, set a tone for expectations that we have of this company moving forward, as long as they're doing business in our county, and also that, are meaningful in mitigating the impact and responding to behavior that I don't appreciate. And I don't frankly have much empathy for. It's a different story when we're talking about private landowners not knowing about things that they wouldn't know to call the county and ask about. And I think that's why our county zoning and codes office takes a very flexible approach and works with applicants of all kinds of things to try and reach a reasonable resolution that mitigates concerns and harms. But for me personally, that same notion does not apply to large companies who I think are very skilled and very intentional about how they do business with governments. And so for me, I don't know what conditions that we could apply that would be meaningful and that might help encourage better behavior and good faith going forward.
Let me offer another idea, because I'm doing a bit of brainstorming here, and I will tell you folks, brainstorming as an elected official is not a safe place to be. So yeah, at 10:30 at night. So, one thing we could do is we could defer this application. We could ask staff to go back and do some research on that question for us. I would like to do some investigation on getting a third-party assessment and on the archaeological sites and how long that would take. That's something we discussed earlier. I will tell you, to the applicant, I'm not really sympathetic to the delay that this will cause. You screwed up here. You did testing in the middle of the night, and you didn't have control of your contractors. So it's created a rift in the community, and the community doesn't trust you. If it were me in your situation, I would have been talking to zoning and codes anytime I was doing work in the county. But I also I want to investigate these allegations a little bit to determine and get that information back. To the public, I want to share this with you. My hesitancy of doing that is that we will go through a whole nother round of you telling us that solar projects are not what you want, right? We hear you, right? And so you can understand why I'm hesitant to defer it and bring it back and be here very late. It is not that you're not heard. You are certainly heard and your points are valid. And I think, I would never say somebody shouldn't give public comment, but I hope you understand what that balance that we're trying to strike in finding a space to do the work of the county, having public comment and coming every time to tell us industrial solar is not good. It's not what we want. I would rather our conversation be about the specific application that we have in front of us, rather than what you are fearing for the future. I get that, but we need to talk about the application that we have here. So I took a little bit of a bird walk there, folks, but I'm interested to hear from commissioners if what you think of that idea.
I'm open to that. I have a similar reservation as you do, and, we'll just add on to your comments, Commissioner Kelly, for the public that, I said it a little bit earlier, and for anybody in this audience who's had a one-on-one conversation with me, you probably heard me say it to you also. Maintain stamina, like you have to stay engaged, and walk each piece of the process with us and help us get relevant feedback and necessary information and concerns about the item that is in front of us, and know that there will be more items to come, right? There will be more permit applications, more potential projects. And this is not just about solar or wind. It's as this evening is a good example, it's about all kinds of different types of land use. And I really want folks to maintain stamina and engagement in the process, and to not become disillusioned with individual votes that you may disagree with and wish that we wouldn't make. And that is a representative democracy, right? There's no possible way for us to represent everybody's perspective all the time. And it is really important for us to have public comment and public engagement. But we are trying to find a balance of hearing people and taking those concerns to heart, and figuring out what we can do to address them in a meaningful way, and not superficially, and respect process that we have, and regulations that we create that are a set of standards. So, I mean, I'm open to deferring it. And possibly different or new information. Obviously, it's always true that new or different information could change my feeling about it. But in this moment, I feel pretty strongly that a denial is appropriate given the totality of the circumstances.
At the risk of jumping in before the commission's ready, from a staff perspective, I would say I would like a little more direction, that if you want a deferral, what exactly do you want us to bring back to you?
Yeah, we'll give you that.
Okay. I would offer into that conversation, this process is not the same as the conditional use process that we just went through, in terms of the golden factors and the criteria that the Board of County Commissioners needs to consider when making land use decisions. That being said, Commissioner Willie is right. We normally use TBUs to try to get people into compliance. If we were to deny a TBU, I'd like some advice of counsel, and I think the commission might want that too.
I'm going to make a motion to defer the temporary business use permit ZTBU 2023-0005, 6, 7, 8 to explore the following two possible conditions. One, a third-party assessment of the cultural and archaeological. I get this right here. Artifacts that may be in the specific area that this testing will be done. And two, a history of NextEra's CUPs, TBUs with specific documentation on whether the activity had started and then they got it, or they applied for it before conducting the business. Does that make sense?
In Douglas County.
In Douglas County, thank you, in Douglas County.
I think we can do those things. I'm gonna look to Carl and Tanya to think about timing for how long the deferral would need to take place.
Okay, let me get a second.
All right.
Let me see if I got a second for that motion, and then we can discuss it further. No.
I would second.
Okay. Now discussion, and then we can make amendments as needed.
Yeah. I think,
Do you want a short recess to
No.
discuss? Okay.
I mean, Tanya, I totally allow you to come up here and veto Carl and I on this, but I'd say we'd need I'd like to have a month. I mean, our agenda planning process is a week out. So
Right.
if we were looking at the April 26th agenda, and I don't have the full agenda calendar in front of me, that would mean we would need to have the material submitted by April 20th. Staff feel like we could put together some options and, obviously, I think you'd be open to additional information or conditions submitted by the applicant as well into that
Yes.
conversation
Mhm.
and some additional thoughts from council if on the application.
So I'm just trying to think about process here. Any application requires 10 days notice to neighboring property owners. So, I mean, I assume because it's being tabled, we need to send new notification out, or if we set the date here today, that's tabling it enough that we don't need to submit letters again. Traditionally, we haven't set dates. And so we've sent the letters out and set a new date with those letters.
Erring on the side of caution would be to
Yes.
send new letters. Does that
Correct.
add more time
Yes.
to the
it does.
process? So
Yes.
you want to go out further?
Then the April date, yes.
Okay.
So maybe is it the first week of May, second week of May?
I think that's different enough. Yeah, but I don't. So that May 3rd, May 10th.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. What do you want to pick? I mean, I'd say May 10th to give us enough time unless that is unless the commissioners feel like we need a faster sense of urgency.
I'm not feeling a faster sense of urgency on this. I'd rather get it right. And make sure we understand what's happening rather than moving quickly. I think the community members deserve that.
May 10th, great.
Need anything else?
I think we have what the commission has put forward. If that's the list of information the commissioners are looking for, I think we can do that.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion just a little bit to add that if there are other conditions that the applicant would like to add to the application in order to create better trust among the community, that would certainly be welcome.
Sure.
Second.
Resecond
Yep.
that, losing my mind.
Any further discussion on this item before we take votes?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so passes 2-1. Yep. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We will meet back here at 10:50.
They're not on.
I can hear you.
Well, we can't hear them in here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might have to bring you some batteries.
I don't think it's bad. Is anybody's microphone working?
Does not seem like.
They all went dead at the same time. Our batteries
Robin.
all ran out at the same
Yeah, Robin,
time.
I don't think I think something got turned off back there. Robin, I think it's turned off back there.
All right, I think we're back. We'll move on to appointments. Commissioners, do any of us have appointments for this evening? Nope. All right, we'll move to Commissioner or Administrator Miscellaneous. And we always start this time with Sarah and her weekly memo.
Thank you, commissioners. My memo is in the packet. I would say I'm still trying to confirm the work session for next week. I'm planning on us having a work session, but I'm still it might get moved. These things are somewhat in flux. So that's the only updated information I have to present at this time.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, any miscellaneous items?
I have a couple, and I just throw these out for commissioners to start thinking about. We do not have a grant writer on staff, but there are grant opportunities that come up. And then it's a question of how much staff time can we divert from things they already do to try and pull down dollars for things that the community cares about. One of those, there's a notice of funding that has come out for EV charging stations, so electrical vehicle charging stations. My guess is that would have to be a fairly significant ask to kind of make the radar for that, which would be kind of pooling communities across Douglas County to make an ask. There's been some discussion when this first came out, and I sent it to Kim Kreiner Ritchie as our sustainability coordinator. And she's been speaking with the MPO to see what those kind of cross-pollination might happen there. And I do not know what those conversations are yet, but the other one would be notice of funding opportunity for rural broadband, or for broadband, I should say, not strictly rural, but that would also be a question of what are the possibilities of crossing community lines and possibly even crossing county lines to make a request that is significant enough. Again, the issue being that we do not have someone on staff that does this kind of grant writing. We always are pulling from existing staff to make those things happen. However, at least the broadband is something that I hear about significantly in the community. I'm not sure if other commissioners are hearing that in the same way that I am, because it is the western half of the county, which is my district, is more disproportionately impacted with poor internet quality. And of course, that was less of an issue until it became also our access to school, access to healthcare, access to mental health care, et cetera, and economic development. So those are two options that are there. But I hadn't really heard anything from other commissioners about your values around those things.
So I would say the broadband side of it, I'm very interested in increasing that access. But I would want to hear from, whether Sarah is, farming that grant writing out, on a contract basis versus staff basis. If it's a staff basis, I think I would like to wait till budget comes around. I think we're making a move to 5 commissioners in near time, and that may involve some of that staff. But if it was something that was super timely, that we need to get somebody on it quicker. I would want to hear from Sarah whether her staff could do sort of the organization, because there's two levels there. There's sort of the organizing people around it, and then there's the actual grant writing. So I think if that was something that we were going to do, I would ask Sarah to come back. The commission has a budget. We could apply some of our budget dollars there if we wanted to. So those are just top of mind thoughts.
I would say both of these NOFOs are open now and closing probably within 60 days. They're just newly open, but
Wow.
that's the way federal grants work. They are available when they're available and then they are gone. And so I don't know that these dollars would reliably be available after waiting until we have a 5% commission. So that's why I bring them up now. The EV charging stations, I should maybe elaborate that discussion kind of started that I had with Senator Marcy Francisco about Lecompton in particular, but our historical sites and our smaller downtowns as a draw to people to come and stay and spend money and spend time in our communities is something that could be advertised. So it would be an economic development incentive. That's the framework that I would put on it anyway.
Yeah, I guess I have wondered about grant cycles before, of which there are so many, depending on what types of grants you might be looking for or trying to pay attention for. So I think that it is a larger conversation for us to have, and sort of unrelated to these two specific grant opportunities that you mentioned, Commissioner Willie, that are currently open, about how I guess it would help first to understand currently sort of what staff process is across departments, even for looking at and trying to go after those opportunities when they seem relevant, and what capacity looks like, to better understand whether or not we, I guess, just what our options are. So to Commissioner Kelly's point, we know whether it's something that we contract out because they're infrequent enough that maybe that's a relatively small price tag, versus having a dedicated staff time, or assuming that kind of work is currently spread across different staff members' time, maybe to different levels of intensity, trying to better grasp that. Because I do think, I think that's, maybe I'm making some assumptions here, but sort of a standard part of any local government's work is to keep our eyes peeled for those opportunities, but certainly certainly some are missed out on, either because of quick timelines or lack of capacity. So I guess those are just my thoughts right now. I think both of those have value, and in particular, we've had conversations about broadband and how there's a lot of sort of waiting on and anticipating what the state is going to do on that front, and how the state is going to distribute dollars that will help. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't also be looking at opportunities that are very county specific or potentially regional, as you mentioned, Commissioner Willie. So I don't know, maybe this is something that we can ask staff to give us some sense of sort of what does the landscape look like now when looking at or for these opportunities, and the decision process for when to do the legwork to go after one.
I appreciate the conversation, commissioners. Yeah, I think obviously, and particularly federal NOFO awards are a lot of work. And they're a lot of work, not just to write, but they're a lot of work to manage. So it isn't just simply hiring a grant writer to write the grant and then, and then who manages the grant once it's received. Before the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act funds, our federal awards in Douglas County were lower than $500,000 a year annually. And that and those were largely, those grants came through largely Emergency Management and Food Policy Council. And I would say I would want specific commission direction that we want to actively grow that we are actively seeking those and that we invest in time to manage those. I have real concerns about grants around operations, and Commissioner Willie and I have talked about that grants go away. And so when you build operations around a federal grant, then when it goes away, then local tax dollars are required to fill that gap. I'd also say that, particularly in the areas of EV charging stations and what I would call infrastructure to unincorporated area sites. That has not been an area of emphasis that I've heard from the commission that you want us to pursue. I'm certainly willing to help be a partner in those conversations if that's what the city of Lawrence or other city of partners want to do together. We're certainly willing to partner, but I would bet our unincorporated area projects are not enough to really warrant the full grant. We have gone for big federal grants. There was a big FEMA grant that Tanya and zoning and codes and sustainability went after, and we didn't meet the threshold. So we didn't make it through the first round. So I guess I would like more information, more commission consensus around the areas that you want us to look at, and then figure out what are the variety of things needed to do that. Like, for example, with broadband. It's been something that the county has discussed somewhat around the edges, but we've not devoted staff to that level of infrastructure and resource. So that's really where I'm looking for a consensus of the commission to put together conversations about how we would respond in that space. So I don't know that I need you to tell me, Sarah, hire a grant writer. What I need you to tell me, these are the kinds of things that we care about as a commission, and then let me as the administrator come back and bring you a proposal that you can react to. That would be how we would do that. And those would really be a part of the budget process. So the timing's great. This is the time to be thinking about those things that we want to build into the 24 budget. We do have the opportunity sometimes to start things early if they're approved in a budget year. So that's more what I'd like conversation around is there, and as we are looking to add capacity, broadband is something that we could add to that portfolio for that capacity, but we're not going to hit a 60-day deadline that's open right now for a federal NOFO.
Well, if we're waiting to hear whether the commission has an interest in broadband, I would say I've put significant amount of time into it and expect to spend a significant amount of time. First of all, just finding the data sets, where are our gaps and what do those gaps entail? And not all of those gaps are rural. There are gaps within the city of Lawrence. Also, I don't think this would be an either or conversation. I think this would be about how do we as a community, which we are a highly educated community that cares a lot about economic development. Working from home is now a real thing, and we can make the most of our population's ability to generate jobs when we can give them that resource more equitably distributed across the geography than we have currently. So I would guess I would see, are there others on the commission that feel that that has value?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, this was discussed pretty heavily in Plan 2040 about, broadband infrastructure, and that was a goal. I think it's specifically in the plan. I remember talking with Commissioner Amix at the time a lot about that, and that it's a utility that we need to make sure that we have. So yeah, I'm supportive of as you build that new staff, Sarah, and coming back to us, that broadband be involved in that. There may be some other things that I think we ought to think about a little bit to help give staff some direction around as they're thinking about new staff. Are there other areas? We sort of dipped our toe into early childhood with CARES Act funds, and so our ARPA funds, and so that may be, there may be other areas that we want to give Sarah. I'd like to think a little bit more about that, not at 11 o'clock at night, but and give her some other areas of direction, and then let her put that together in preparation for our budget hearings.
Yeah, I do think broadband is a significant priority for us in the county, and something to some degree that we, don't have much control or authority over, but may be able to play a role in pooling resources that help increase access. So I do think that that's a significant priority for us to focus around, like what strategies are possible for us. That said, I mean, I tend to agree with Sarah that I don't think the current, federal grant NOFOs are reasonable or possible, but I certainly appreciate that it's a process that we need to have some deeper conversation about and think strategically how to ensure that there's a process for it moving forward, knowing the sort of the lift that those federal grants are in particular, both to write and then to manage if we're awarded it. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up the conversation and do think that there's some strategy to be had around it.
As we talk about that strategy, I just want to remind that we ask our community partners to diversify their funding streams in any way that they can, in addition to taxpayer dollars. Recognize federal grants, especially our taxpayer dollars, but there's money available and it's going to go to communities that are able to be flexible and take advantage of that. And they will only come to our community if we decide that that is a priority to us.
Sarah, do you have what you need on that?
Yeah, appreciate it. As long as the commission understands that I'm going to be looking for, you're going to be sending me ideas for things that you want to be thinking about as we expand staff and subject areas that you want us to grow in our capacity in. So, and we'll be working on putting budget presentations, but I'm not applying for I did not hear direction from the commission to apply for the NOFO that's currently out. Are we all on the same page?
I will likely sit down with at least the deputy director for the Kansas Office of Broadband Development, possibly this week yet. And that's where this NOFO was sent from, was from that office. I don't think we should realistically at all expect that we can stay out of the conversation and still be one of the communities that is considered for state dollars or state conversation. So I think we will need to be proactive. And I think that it might still be worth digging in a little bit more before we say that this is an opportunity that has to pass us by. But I know the city of Lawrence should be getting a study any day now that they had commissioned about their access and gaps in broadband. And I think that if that is here and ready, that they might be a willing partner in that, depending on what their needs end up to be.
Okay, commissioners, I'd like to talk a little bit about our public comment period. We have not been recording public comment, not posting it to YouTube. I think it's time to revisit that policy and wanted to see if the commission was open to starting to record and post to YouTube our public comment again. I want to be clear that we can govern time, place, and manner, but our reasons for not recording public comment was because we were bounced off YouTube. We don't know the specific reason we were bounced off. We can make some guesses, but I think I'd like to give it another shot, I guess I'm saying, and that if we get bounced again, we will, have to reevaluate, but I'd like to hear what other commissioners think of that. And also hear from Sarah about staff's time and how much that takes if we get it pulled again.
This is Commissioner Reed. I appreciate you bringing up the conversation, Commissioner Kelly, and I do think that it is valid and reasonable for us to start recording the general public comment again, which we decided to stop doing in in a very specific time, under very specific circumstances, even though we got not super specific information from YouTube. Things have changed, and I certainly understand that there's always the possibility that we may have meetings deleted, and that's something that we will take seriously and want staff to try and remedy so that those remain accessible for the public. But I'm hopeful that it's not going to be an issue moving forward, and that we can just address it again at that time if necessary.
So this was a decision that was made before I was on, and so I wasn't there for the process of having the YouTube get flagged and pulled and the staff time. So I've heard about that, but I think it's reasonable for us to put in some stop gaps if it happens once, if it happens twice, then we have to revisit that as a conversation. But I think I'm ready to give it a try.
I would say, I think from a staff perspective, we certainly can give it another try. I just want to be really clear. We don't control YouTube. So if they decide to pull us, you don't get to call the YouTube customer service line and talk to a human and get a real answer. They really control their policies. So I don't know. I can't guarantee that they wouldn't take an action in the future, but that's true for any situation. So just as long as I don't make any guarantees as to what might happen, and I don't know that, they're going to give us 3 shots to remedy and do it again. So I just want us to be clear, but I think it's worth I think it's worth trying again and seeing what happens. I just can't guarantee what would happen if they pulled us again.
I think the other awkward thing was the campaigning. And I don't know what our options are with that, but it feels inappropriate. I don't know if that meets the legal standard. So what do others think about that? In terms of an open mic for, I don't think that we are allowed to campaign from here. I wouldn't think others would be either.
Yeah, I've been putting some thought to that. Because there was quite a bit of campaigning that was going on. I think if the content was specific to decisions being made by the county, so if it was county business, so if you were, I think there's a expectation we could have that you can discuss business that is specific to the county. But the minute that somebody would say, as a candidate, I will ... I think that's when we have to draw the line, because that is not business specific to the county. That is business that is, it's campaigning. and we have county business to do, and I'm not comfortable using our public comment time as a space to debate or make campaign statements. So I think, it'd be good to hear from legal on this and get some of their opinion, but I guess I would say like it has to be, I think I'd feel comfortable with saying it has to pertain to general county business and not individual campaign speeches.
And would that also apply for people who are campaigning for an office other than a county office or other than a commission office? And there are plenty of things to run for at the county.
Yeah, good follow-up question. Yeah, I think my opinion has always been that any kind of campaigning in a public comment section, a public forum as part of a local government meeting is not appropriate, and it's completely misplaced. And it's a misuse of time, in my opinion. So I think, so we've only had experience, I think, so far with folks campaigning for these seats, for county commission seats. And I think anything beyond that would be, even more inappropriate, quite frankly, just because of the further disconnection from county business. But yeah, I think Commissioner Kelly, what you said is sort of the simple foundational rule about the manner in which we frame our public comment and ask people to participate in that forum, which is that they are to address the county commission about county business. Whatever that means, something related to the work that the county does, to the decisions that the county has made. And if it is not specific to that, then it's outside the scope of what we've set. And I think campaigning of any kind is squarely outside of that scope. Which means I think it's very appropriate to cut off commenters if they wander into that territory, similarly to muting or removing a speaker who's rude, vulgar, or inappropriate. I think that campaigning is very definitively inappropriate in that setting.
Yeah, I guess I would say, like, I want to get the language right on that. That that all public comments need to pertain to the business of the county, not county business, because I think you could argue that elections are county business, that people care about that, but the business of the county is really what this meeting is to do. And that general county interest, I think the county is very interested in candidates and who represents them. So I would ask Sarah to, work with legal to see if there's a specific way to include that in our opening statement that keeps the focus on the business that we do here. So it's not I'm not going to say we're not going to misinterpret it. Somebody's going to misinterpret it as being not of interest to the county.
And where do personal attacks fall under the business of the county?
Well, let me just say that I think it is the business of every county community member to work on speaking not from a place of personal attack, but a place from ideas and beliefs. And I don't know that that it's our job to manage that. I will manage that as chair if it's an attack on staff. But I understand why people do it. But I think it's upon all of us to sort of have a better civic dialogue when it comes to ideas and beliefs in our community and how we might move forward to prioritize what's valuable and what's important in our community.
Rights versus responsibilities that we talked about in our work session. People have a right to come and speak. And not that we have to like it, but that there's a responsibility that we all have to be civil and engage with each other in meaningful ways.
Yeah, I think it is important for us as leaders in our community to communicate those hopes and expectations about how communication occurs between residents and elected officials or county staff. And I certainly believe that personal attacks are, to Commissioner Kelly's point, I understand sometimes why people do it and where it comes from. I think it's generally almost always counterproductive. And so it's not very helpful in that sense, but I think we're getting into a space there where it becomes hard to quantify that and manage it. And there's a little bit of sort of in the moment intuition on the chair's part to really determine if and when a line has been crossed that is where it becomes inappropriate, right? Which is that part of that language that we have.
Yeah, I think in our statement already is all comments must be directed to the Douglas County Commission. If we go after staff in any way, and we've seen that in here, that's when we shut it off because you have violated the guidelines that we have set for public comment. I want to be clear, we want public comment to continue. That's something that this commission values tremendously. We want to hear from the public. We want everyone to feel like they have a space to come and provide public comment and can do so in a respectful and welcoming space. And I understand that emotions get high in some of these spaces and there is frustration. But I think it's on all of us as adults to manage those emotions and speak in a way that is respectful and constructive. Okay. Anything else on public comment? I think we've got some steps. Sarah, do you have what you need? I think we asked for some language and you can expect from your chair a new opening statement starting next week based on this conversation. Yeah, we'll have fewer folks in there. So, okay. Is there anything else, commissioners? Okay, we're adjourned.